Chapter 1. Yang Ming, what are you doing sneaking around? At this moment, Yang Ming threw his bag on the seat and was preparing to sneak outside to play billiards. Before he reached the classroom door, he heard a sweet but cold voice shouting behind him. Yang Ming was shocked and felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh, isn't this the student committee member? What can I do for you?" Yang Ming turned around and said with a face full of smiles. The person who shouted at Yang Ming was the student committee member of Yang Ming's Class 7, Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was originally a person who was not afraid of anything. He only listened to the teacher's words in one ear and out the other, but he was a bit afraid of this little girl. It was not that he was afraid. In fact, there was a very important reason. Yang Ming had been secretly in love with Chen Mingyan since the first year of high school. However, Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible for the two of them to be together. Birds of a feather flock together. Usually, the people who were with Chen Mingyan were the top students in the class and the top few in the year. While he was a backward student, to put it nicely, he was the one who dragged her down. Although he knew that the two of them did not have much interaction, Yang Ming had always been kind to Chen Mingyan. If it was another person who scared Yang Ming like this, he would have been dragged to a corner and beaten. "Yang Ming, it's fine that you're late every day, but you just entered the classroom for less than a minute. Why are you leaving already?" Chen Mingyan said coldly with an expressionless face. "Miss Chen, please don't accuse me wrongly, okay? I'm only late 5 days a week. How can you say that I am late every day? Besides, I need to go to the toilet urgently." Yang Ming blurted out a lie. However, after saying it, he regretted it. Yesterday, he used this excuse to sneak away from Chen Mingyan. Today, he accidentally repeated it. 5 days? Chen Mingyan was stunned for a moment before she understood. This guy was really infuriating. Need to pee? Why do you need to pee every morning? Sure enough, Chen Mingyan was not so easy to fool. She immediately exposed him. "Yesterday morning, you needed to pee. Hee, your metabolism is really fast. You were gone for an entire day. I thought you fell into the toilet." We'll talk about what happened yesterday later. I need to solve my physiological problem first. Yang Ming didn't know why he had to explain so much to her, but he remembered that he met Li Dagong from Class 8 this morning. The two of them had agreed to play billiards together, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to leave when the head teacher came. "Stop right there." Although Chen Mingyan didn't like poor students like Yang Ming, she felt that she had an obligation to take care of this matter as a committee member. "Yang Ming, you're already in grade 12. The National College entrance examination is in less than half a year. If you continue like this, can you get into university? Pigs can get into university, but I can't," Yang Ming said bitterly. "Let him get into university? It would be better to let him get the moon from the sky." Yang Ming could only understand what the teacher was saying in Chinese class. Other than physics and chemistry, it was no different from listening to a four-language class. "Who are you calling a pig?" Chen Mingyan's face sank as she said unhappily. I didn't say that you're a pig." Yang Ming felt that his words were a bit ambiguous. A smart person like Chen Mingyan could definitely get into university, but he actually said that a pig could. No wonder Chen Mingyan was unhappy. So he quickly said with a smile, "You also know that my literary talent isn't good. Every essay I write is full of wrong sentences. Every time I write, it's in a foreign language." After Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming say this, her face became better. She also knew Yang Ming's weight. Most importantly, she knew that although Yang Ming didn't like to study and often skipped classes to smoke and fight, his heart was still very good. It was normal for him to joke, but he wouldn't insult others for no reason. "Yang Ming, I know that you want to skip classes. You don't have to make up all kinds of strange reasons to lie to me. Do you think my IQ is 0? Today, your grandfather is in the hospital. Tomorrow, your grandfather passed away. The day after tomorrow, you're going to visit your grandfather's grave. The day after tomorrow, you're telling me that you're going to celebrate your grandfather's birthday. Did you watch too much Ghost Blows Out the Light, or did your grandfather travel back in time?" Chen Mingyan also shed all pretense of cordiality this time. She was prepared to persuade Yang Ming. "Chen Mingyan, you know what kind of person I am. I don't even know the first year's curriculum. If you want me to study, what should I study?" Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan didn't let him go. He was prepared to reason with her and make her give up on him completely. AI, this girl, she has the looks and the figure. If she can chase after me in other aspects, that would be wonderful. Yang Ming began to fantasize in his heart. Then you can't give up. There are still 3 months before the college entrance exam. It's not long, but it's not short either. As long as you work hard, I believe that you can achieve something. At the very least, you can enter an ordinary college. Chen Mingyan thought for a while and continued. Haven't you heard of the saying? It's called as long as you have perseverance, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. An iron rod can be grinded into a needle, but a wooden rod can only be grinded into a toothpick. If the material is wrong, it's useless no matter how hard you work. Yang Ming said as he curled his lips. Chen Mingyan was angry. This Yang Ming is stupid, but he has a set of crooked reasoning. Chen Mingyan, why are you talking nonsense with him? He could do whatever he wants. Letting him stay in the class will only disturb the class discipline. At this time, the class monitor, Wang Jitao, came over and looked at Yang Ming with disdain. He said to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan frowned after listening. She didn't like Wang Jitao's superior attitude. Oh, Wang Jitao is right. If I stay in the class, I will affect the other students. Although Yang Ming was very dissatisfied with Wang Jitao's look of disdain, escaping the classroom was the most important thing. After he finished speaking, he turned and ran out of the classroom. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan bit her lips and stomped her feet. She stared at Wang Jitao and said, I originally wanted to persuade him to study hard, but you came and ruined it. Mingyan, you are too naive. What kind of person is Yang Ming? If he could study, he would have studied long ago. We are not the same type of person as him. In the future, we should not bother with this kind of bad student. Wang Jitao said with a smile. There are so many people in the classroom. Don't call me Mingyan. Chen Mingyan said with dissatisfaction, but she wasn't angry. In her heart, she still had a good impression of Wang Jitao. After all, he was handsome and had good grades. He was the Prince Charming in many girls' hearts. However, Chen Mingyan knew that now wasn't the time to think about these things. Studying was the most important thing. Wang Jitao saw that Chen Mingyan wasn't angry with him, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. In fact, he didn't mean to go against Yang Ming. It was just that he saw Chen Mingyan arguing with this boy every day. In his opinion, Chen Mingyan was already decided to be his wife. Chapter 2. Yang Ming ran to the school gate and took a deep breath. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to study, but he knew his own level best. If he delayed too much, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Once upon a time, Yang Ming was also an excellent student in junior high school. However, because of an accident, Yang Ming fell into depravity. He thought of Suya, the girl with big eyes like a porcelain doll, his first love. Everything was ruined because of Yang Ming's class teacher at that time. Yang Ming and Suya were the top few in the class. They were also desk mates, so the two of them were naturally close. However, the children only had a good impression of each other. Their behavior didn't cross the line at all. He remembered that it was an autumn afternoon. Yang Ming and Suya were both called into the class teacher, Wu Qiren's office. Yang Ming and Suya's father were both there. Yang's father and Su's father's faces were gloomy. Wu Qiren exaggerated the story of the two's early love and then deliberately kindly comforted Yang's father. The child is still young. Don't hit him. It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he said that, Yang's father reminded him. Without saying anything, he gave Yang Ming a big slap. Yang Ming was stunned. His father had never hit him like that since he was young. Yang Ming suddenly felt wronged and cried. Suya looked at Yang Ming worriedly. She wanted to stop Yang's father from being violent, but she was pulled aside by Su's father. He reprimanded. Even if you want to find a partner, you can't find someone like this. Look at their family conditions. They're all workers. Yang's father heard Su's father's words. His face twitched, and he gave Yang Ming a flying kick. Yang Ming cried, and so did Suya. Only one person was smiling, and he was smiling proudly. That person was Wu Qiren. Later on, Yang Ming found out that his father was so angry because Wu Qiren had said a lot of things before, such as how the Su family was so rich, Su Yao was a little princess. How could she like Yang Ming? She must have been bewitched by Yang Ming because of her young age. The reason why Wu Qiren said this was because Su's father usually gave him a gift, but Yang's father didn't. The next day, Su Yao transferred to another school. Yang Ming was given a major demerit for flirting with a female student. Originally, this matter wasn't that serious, but once Su Yao transferred schools, Wu Qiren lost a source of income. Naturally, he vented his anger on Yang Ming. After that, Yang Ming began to degenerate, fighting, brawling, smoking, drinking, and mingling with hooligans outside of school. He became a tyrant of the school. When he took the high school entrance exam, he barely relied on his previous foundation to get the minimum score for his own expenses. Yang Ming didn't want his father to spend money on him, but after that incident, Yang's father also understood that he wronged his son. No matter what, he wanted to compensate his son. Walking to the door of the billiard room, he saw Li Dagong sitting on the sofa and chatting with the owner of the billiard room. Seeing Yang Ming come in, the two of them said at the same time, "Brother Yang is here." Yang Ming nodded at the two of them. The owner of the billiard room, Su Peng, was also Yang Ming's junior high school student. During that time, he mixed with Yang Ming. Later on, he didn't pass the high school entrance exam, so he opened a billiard room. The hooligans around here basically knew Yang Ming. They knew the relationship between Su Peng and Yang Ming. They gave him some face, so no one came to cause trouble. Therefore, Su Peng was still very respectful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming threw away the unpleasant memories in his mind and smiled at the two of them. "There's no one in the morning. Su Peng, let's play first?" "Okay, but Brother Yang, you have to let me win." Su Peng jumped up and went to get the cue stick. Li Dagong threw a cigarette to Yang Ming. Yang Ming picked it up and smelled it. "Okay, can you afford to smoke Red River?" Su Peng's Li Dagong laughed dryly. His family situation was similar to Yang Ming's. When he was in high school, he specialized in sports, and his cultural studies were a mess. Su Peng handed one of the cue sticks to Yang Ming. Yang Ming weighed it in his hand to get a feel for it. He came to the table and said, "Who's going to start first?" "I'll go first. I'm afraid you'll take it in one shot." At noon, Yang Ming went home for lunch. This was the most painful time of his day. Seeing his father's wrinkled face and eager eyes, Yang Ming felt that he had let him down. No matter how busy the factory was, Yang's father would come home on time to cook for Yang Ming. Looking at the steaming hot food in front of him, Yang Ming felt that he should study hard. But it was not that he did not want to work hard, but that he was powerless. Big Ming, the school curriculum must be very tight. Yang's father sat kindly at the dining table. Every day, he would wait for Yang Ming to finish eating before he ate. "Dad, you eat too." Yang Ming said unnaturally, "Is school okay? There's only half a year left. Work hard and go to college. Otherwise, you'll be a worker like Dad for the rest of your life." Yang's father sighed. He knew the reason why Yang Ming was willing to degrade himself. He also knew that he had let Yang Ming down, so he did not force him. "If you can't pass the exam this year, you can repeat a year. Dad will pay for it." Yang Ming was touched when he heard this, but he knew what kind of person he was. He just comforted his father. "Dad, I'll do my best. If I can't pass the exam, I'll find something to do." Yang's father did not say anything. He just looked at Yang Ming lovingly, but the expectation in his eyes could not be hidden from Yang Ming. In the afternoon, Yang Ming went to school, and Yang's father went back to work at the factory. Yang's father had already given his 28 bicycle to Yang Ming, and he walked to the factory. In fact, Yang Ming's school was closer than the factory, but this was so that Yang Ming could get to school as soon as possible and save some time to review. Looking at his father's increasingly crooked back, Yang Ming's heart was deeply touched. "Study? Okay, then I'll study. If I can pass the exam, then I can answer to my father. If I can't pass the exam, then I'll have done my best." Yang Ming secretly made up his mind. "Old man, do you know that this place is under Liang's protection? If you set up a stall to do business, you have to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, if there's a natural disaster or man-made disaster, we won't be responsible." A yellow-haired man put his hands on his waist and scolded an old stall owner. Yang Ming frowned. Not far ahead, two hooligans were bullying an old man who set up a street stall. Yang Ming wasn't a busybody, but he was a person who couldn't stand others bullying the weak. Two young people bullying an old man. What kind of ability is that? Chapter 3. Golden Bell cover? Iron shirt? Old man, have you read too many wuxia novels? Yang Ming was baffled by the question. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Zhang Yuliang also saw that Yang Ming was angry, but in his opinion, Yang Ming was just a big brother past his prime. There was nothing to be afraid of, so he pinched his throat and sang, "Big brother." His tone had an indescribable ridicule. How can I not be sad? It's more than 100 yuan, Yang Ming said with heartache. It wasn't that Yang Ming cared too much about money, but because his father's salary wasn't high, he had to scrimp and save for a few days to buy a pair of glasses for himself. Yang Ming was really angry this time. He didn't care about mercy when he attacked. He went up and kicked the yellow-haired guy who sneaked up on him. Then he ruthlessly kicked him in the stomach twice. Huang Mao almost rolled his eyes. His stomach rolled, and he vomited all the lunch he ate at noon. Yang Ming was scared by his stare. He couldn't help but ask, "Old man, why are you looking at me?" Yang Ming just remembered the problem with the brick. He exclaimed and quickly put his hand into the side pocket of his coat and took out a spectacle case. The spectacle case was already cracked. Apparently, it was smashed by Huang Mao. Could it be that this young man is a disciple of Shaolin Temple? Otherwise, how can you have the golden bell cover and iron shirt? The old man said, Hee, just because I called you Brother Yang, you really think you're a big brother? If I give you face, I respect you as a senior. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Your era has passed. Now I, Zhang Yuliang, have the final say. The long-haired young man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in front of Yang Ming and said disdainfully, "Motherfucker, this has nothing to do with you. Go where you should go." Seeing that Zhang Yuliang was caught, Huang Mao picked up a brick and threw it at Yang Ming. When Yang Ming heard the sound of wind behind him, he quickly let go of Zhang Yuliang and moved to the side. However, Huang Mao was too close to him, and he was too careless just now. As a result, Huang Mao hit Yang Ming's waist with a brick. With a kacha sound, the brick broke into two halves. As for Zhang Yuliang, it was even more serious. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Yuliang was the mastermind, and he had even said greetings to his mother, so he mercilessly broke his nose with a punch. Then, he cut his hands behind his back and pushed him with all his strength. Zhang Yuliang's arms were dislocated on the spot. He was in so much pain that he fainted without even making a sound. Yang Ming was angry in his heart. This Huang Mao was so ruthless. If this brick hit the back of his head, he might immediately be reborn to chase after a beauty. Motherfucker, you think you are Kong Yiji just because of a few words of classical Chinese? A long-haired young man at the side was impatient. He went up and flipped the old man's stall and scolded, "Since you refuse a toast, I won't beat you up. I don't want others to say that we don't respect the old and love the young. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Call me Liang, and I'll exempt you from the protection fee. Otherwise, don't let me see you again." The human heart is not what it used to be. The old man shook his head as he tidied up the scattered things on the ground. "Thank you, young man." The old man looked at Yang Ming and said with a smile. Yang Ming stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yuliang's throat. He directly pushed him to the corner of the wall and sneered, "You're right. I'm nothing now, but I can still beat you up. Do you believe me?" Yang Ming was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had heard of this Zhang Yuliang before. He was also in their junior high school, but he was 2 years younger than him. The little brat who followed behind him and called him Brother Yang actually dared to clamor in front of him. "Oh, isn't this Brother Yang?" The long-haired young man was stunned when he saw Yang Ming, but he immediately recognized him. "Fuck, you're still looking at me? Look at your mother. Old fart, didn't you hear what I said? If you want to set up a stall, you have to pay." Huang Mao casually kicked the old man's stall and messed up the things on the old man's stall. "Young man, don't be sad." When the old man saw that Yang Ming's glasses were broken because of him, he felt a little ashamed. Yang Ming jumped off the bicycle and rushed to the old man's side, glaring at the two of them. "Liang is talking to you." Didn't you hear? Are you deaf or not? Are you looking for a beating? Huang Mao saw that Yang Ming didn't react, so he went forward and pushed Yang Ming. Cough, cough. Fuck your mother. Let go of me. Zhang Yuliang was so choked that he couldn't breathe. Yang Ming calmed down his anger and remembered that there was an old man beside him. So he turned around and said, Old man, don't set up a stall around here. There are a lot of schools here, and there are a lot of gangsters in society. You should go to the market. Fuck. Yang Ming saw that the old man was being bullied and immediately became angry. An old man who made a living by setting up a stall was already worthy of sympathy, but these two guys actually wanted to collect protection fees from others. Since you know me, why don't you get out of here? Yang Ming saw that they knew him and felt that he could solve the problem without doing anything himself. After all, Yang Ming's name was well known in the past. Who didn't know about the crazy Yang, who didn't care about his life when he fought? In fact, at that time, Yang Ming purely wanted to vent. He vented all the depression in his heart and his longing for Suya on his opponent. But over time, the name of Yang Ming also made a name for himself. When he went to high school, Yang Ming also matured. He knew that adults who hurt people had to bear criminal responsibility, so he rarely fought with others. The old man sighed and said, Forget it, young man. I will compensate you with a pair of glasses. Don't be sad. The yellow-haired man was dumbfounded. Did this guy practice Qigong? He actually broke the brick with his waist? Hee, young man, this old man also knows that there are many masters in this world, but you don't have to hide it from this old man. If you don't have Qigong, how can you break the brick with your waist? The old man had a clear look on his face. The old man was speechless. My glasses. Yang Ming saw that the glasses in the glasses case had become broken and immediately screamed. Yang Ming usually didn't wear glasses. Because he sat at the back of the school, he couldn't see the blackboard clearly. Yang's father spent money to buy him a pair of glasses. This morning, Yang Ming wore glasses to make it easier to aim when playing billiards. When he went home to eat at noon, he put them in his pocket. He didn't expect that they would be sacrificed so quickly. Young man, I have no enmity with you. I sell my things, you go your way. We don't interfere with each other. Why do you still want to find trouble with this old man? The old man sighed and said. Chapter 4. You'll pay for my glasses? Yang Ming was stunned and waved his hand. Forget it, old man. You don't look like you're rich. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Don't worry, this old man has ready-made glasses. This is the most advanced in the world. It uses carbon nanotubes. The old man chattered for a long time, which gave Yang Ming a headache. In the end, the old man said, Originally, this old man wanted to give it to a fated person. This old man saw that you're a kind child and wouldn't do anything bad, so I'll give it to you. Yang Ming listened for a long time and only understood that the old man wanted to give him a pair of glasses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think I'm stupid? Exaggerating a pair of glasses to the heavens? Do you think it's a small advertisement in a magazine? Yang Ming took the small box of glasses from the old man and opened it. It was actually a small contact lens-like thing. So he asked curiously, Contact lens? After a long time, no one answered. Yang Ming looked up and saw that the old man was long gone. The things scattered on the ground were also swept away. He disappeared so quickly. Could it be that this old man is the legendary expert? Yang Ming shook his head and joked. He casually put the contact lens into his pocket and didn't think much of it. In the afternoon, Yang Ming didn't skip class for the first time. Chen Mingyin looked at him in disbelief several times. She thought that her words in the morning had an effect on Yang Ming, so she planned to find a chance to talk to him. Yang Ming also tried to listen to the class because of what happened in the afternoon. However, after listening for a long time, he still couldn't understand a single thing. The formulas and theorems were like heavenly books to him. Even if he forced himself to listen, he still couldn't understand why. Yang Ming started to feel discouraged. He had fallen behind too much in the past. Now, sitting in the classroom didn't have any effect. It seemed that he really didn't have much hope. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but lie on the table dejectedly. If he had known earlier, he would have played billiards. At first, Chen Mingyin saw that Yang Ming was listening to the class attentively. However, not long after, he actually fell asleep on the table. This made Chen Mingyin very angry. If Yang Ming had known that there was a beauty in front of him watching his actions, he would have pretended to finish the class. However, he didn't see it. His eyesight wasn't good to begin with, and now that his glasses were broken, he couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly. Speaking of Chen Mingyin, she was the second girl in Yang Ming's life that he was attracted to. The first one was Suya. He didn't know if he liked Suya, but it was true that he was very happy to be with Suya. Gradually, as he grew older, Yang Ming also had a better understanding of the relationship between boys and girls. He knew that his feelings for Chen Mingyin were definitely admiration. Not to mention in grade 12 class 7, even in the entire grade, there were definitely a lot of boys who liked Chen Mingyin. Girls with excellent grades and outstanding appearance would be the focus of attention wherever they went. There were already people who privately commented that Chen Mingyin was the school's most beautiful girl in grade 12. Yang Ming also knew his own weight. With his current status, he was already very satisfied to be able to talk to Chen Mingyin every day. He didn't dare to have any further extravagant hopes. While Yang Ming was thinking nonsense, suddenly Li Xiaoyang, who was sitting in front of him, threw a note to him. Yang Ming was stunned and caught it. The trick of passing notes was not unfamiliar to anyone who had gone to school. If students wanted to tell each other something in class, they would write a note and fold it so that the nearby students could help pass it one by one. Of course, boys and girls who had feelings for each other would often pass notes to each other. And the students who helped to pass notes were also very happy. No one could guarantee that they would not trouble others one day. Yang Ming naturally knew about the matter of passing notes between students. He used to do this with Suya. But after entering high school, Yang Ming didn't have much contact with his classmates. Most of the time, he skipped class and went out to play with Li Dagong from class 8. So at this time, someone actually passed him a note, which made Yang Ming very surprised. At first, Yang Ming thought that it was a mistake. When he saw the two words Yang Ming on the folded note, he knew that it was not a mistake. Although the name Yang Ming had many people with the same name in the country, he was the only one in grade 12 class 7. Yang Ming picked up the note and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out who would pass him a note. He simply opened it and saw the small words on it. Yang Ming, the fact that you can come back to class shows that you are still motivated. But why don't you persevere? You don't have much time left in grade 12. If you work hard, bite the bullet, and pass it. Yang Ming didn't need to continue reading. He directly swept his eyes to the last line of the signature, Chen Mingyin. Haha, Yang Ming was overjoyed. This was the first time that Chen Mingyin wrote him a note. Although it was just to ask him to study hard, Yang Ming was still very happy. Yang Ming held the note that still had the scent of the handwriting. He put it into his pencil case as if he had found a treasure. His originally depressed nerves began to become excited again. Yang Ming flipped through his desk for a long time and finally found a grade 1 math book. He began to read from the first page. Yang Ming was actually not stupid. It was just that he had never listened seriously in class before. Although grade 1 knowledge was unfamiliar to him, his comprehension ability was still very good. However, after reading for a while, Yang Ming began to have a headache again. Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Plane Analytic Geometry, Solid Geometry. There were already 4 books for mathematics. There were also Chinese, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, and biology. There were more than 20 textbooks in total. There were only 100 days left until the college entrance exam. That meant that he had to eliminate them at the rate of 1 book every 5 days. There is no end to learning. Turn back and be saved. Yang Ming had no problem reading online novels a day. However, these are learning books. Forget about memorizing and understanding them in 5 days. He might not even be able to finish reading them. Put away the books on the table. We'll be testing this class. Teacher Zhao Ying, who taught mathematics, walked in and said to the students. Chapter 5. Another test. Didn't you just take the test last week? Yeah, I haven't read the book yet. The students below began to complain. The students had a good relationship with a recently graduated math teacher, so they dared to express their dissatisfaction in class. Okay, hurry up. It's only 40 minutes. You have already wasted 3 minutes. If there's anything you haven't finished, continue. I'll give you the papers later, Zhao Ying said with a smile. Although she wasn't much older than the students, she still had the students under her control. Sigh. Everyone stopped complaining and quickly tidied up the books on the table. They took out a ruler, a ballpoint pen, and a stack of draft paper. Yang Ming slowly put away the algebra book in front of him. In his mind, he was wondering if he could cheat and get a higher score. In fact, Yang Ming also knew that cheating in this kind of exam was useless. Although he could get a higher score, when it came to the college entrance examination, the possibility of copying other people's work was basically zero. However, Yang Ming wanted to get a higher score at this time to make Yang's father happy. As for the college entrance examination, isn't there still a few months? We'll talk about it when the time comes. The papers were handed out. Looking at the papers with the smell of ink in front of him, Yang Ming really didn't know where to start. He didn't know the first question. Trigonometric cosplay? Yang Ming knew this cosplay because it sounded like Saddam Hussein who was killed by the Americans. As for what it meant, Yang Ming didn't know. Yang Ming habitually took out his glasses case from his pocket. This was his cheating tool. Generally, he only used it when playing billiards or taking exams. After taking it out, he found out that the glasses were smashed by Huang Mao. Damn, don't let me see you next time. If I see you again, I'll cut off your penis and hang it on the TV tower. Yang Ming secretly cursed. Yang Ming was a typical bad student in the class. In order not to let him affect the others, the teacher arranged for him to sit alone at a table near the back door of the classroom. Zhang Bin, who was sitting in front of Yang Ming, was actually not very good at learning, but compared to Yang Ming, he was much better. At least he could muddle along with the passing line every time, while Yang Ming did not know how to answer a single question. Zhang Bin and Yang Ming had a good relationship. In the past, during exams, Yang Ming would wear glasses and copy his answers. After Zhang Bin finished, he would put the papers aside so that he could see them. Now that he didn't have glasses, even if Yang Ming had good eyesight, he couldn't see them. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to give up, but he suddenly remembered that the old man had given him a pair of contact lenses. He couldn't help but have the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Yang Ming took out the contact lens case from his pocket. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Zhao Ying was invigilating the exam when she walked over to Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming taking out something sneakily from his pocket, she thought that he was going to cheat and immediately scolded him. If it was another teacher, they might turn a blind eye to Yang Ming. However, Zhao Ying, who taught mathematics, had just graduated from normal university this year. Yang Ming's cohort was her first batch of students, so she was very responsible. Moreover, she had never discriminated against Yang Ming because he was a bad student. She had never discriminated against Yang Ming. She had seen Yang Ming's file before. In the second year of the National Mathematical Olympiad, he had won the first prize. This kind of impressive result was not something an ordinary student could achieve. Her intuition told her that Yang Ming used to be a good student. He was also a very smart student. Something must have happened to him that caused him to fall. Zhao Ying also wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yang Ming during her free time. After all, the age gap between them wasn't that big, so it was easier for them to communicate. However, Yang Ming was usually elusive. Zhao Ying couldn't find him even after looking for him a few times. Yang Ming was shocked. His hand trembled, and he almost dropped the contact lens case on the floor. He looked up and saw Zhao Ying staring at him. He quickly said carefully, "Miss Zhao, what are you holding in your hand?" Zhao Ying pointed at the thing in Yang Ming's hand and asked, "This?" Yang Ming passed the contact lens case to Zhao Ying and said, "Glasses." Zhao Ying took the small case and opened it. It was indeed a pair of contact lenses. She returned it to Yang Ming and said, "Why are you acting so mysterious with a pair of glasses? Hurry up and answer the questions." "Got it." Yang Ming took the contact lens case and nodded. Zhao Ying was Yang Ming's favorite among all the teachers. She was young and beautiful. The most important thing was that she didn't roll her eyes at him like the other teachers. Instead, she would always ask him if he understood. If he didn't understand, he could ask her at any time. This was also the reason why Yang Ming took out the mathematics book first when he thought of studying. He felt that he had let down his father the most, followed by teacher Zhao Ying. Yang Ming had an indescribable feeling towards Zhao Ying, like adoration or worship. His feelings towards Chun Ming Yin could be categorized as like, but what about Zhao Ying? Yang Ming couldn't figure it out. There were a few times when he dreamed of Zhao Ying. It was no wonder that Zhao Ying's body was hotter than Chun Ming Yin's. She had firm breasts and a well-proportioned waist. She was Yang Ming's sexual fantasy object. Comparing Chun Ming Yin and Zhao Ying. Although Chun Ming Yin's appearance was not inferior, she lacked the maturity and charm. Instead, she had the innocence of a young girl. Yang Ming shook his head and threw these dirty thoughts to the back of his head. He picked up a contact lens with a label L on it. Yang Ming didn't have any culture, but he knew that it meant the left eye. This was the first time Yang Ming played with contact lenses. This thing was more than twice the price of normal glasses. He had seen others wear it before, so he followed suit and put it on his eyes. After putting on both lenses, Yang Ming blinked a few times. He felt that it was not bad and there was no discomfort. He originally thought that it was rubbish, but it seems that the old man didn't fool him. He just didn't know if the degree was right. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at Zhang Bin's desk. At this time, Zhang Bin had finished answering the multiple-choice questions on the first paper. He placed it at the corner of the desk to make it easier for Yang Ming to copy. Can't see clearly? Yang Ming grumbled in his heart. What's the difference between this and not wearing glasses? Yang Ming tried his best to look forward. He wanted to see Zhang Bin's handwriting clearly. Suddenly, something strange happened. Yang Ming felt his vision blur. Like an idiot's camera's autofocus function, the words on the paper seemed to be getting closer and closer. Yang Ming could actually see it clearly. Chapter 6. Am I dreaming? Yang Ming thought in horror. Yang Ming thought that he was seeing things. Just as he was about to rub his eyes, he remembered that he was still wearing his contact lenses. He could not rub his eyes casually. What is going on? Yang Ming stared at the clear handwriting on Zhang Bin's paper. He could even see a single mistake clearly. He was definitely not seeing things. Even if he was seeing things, it would not be so clear. Yang Ming retracted his gaze and looked at his own paper. He was so shocked that he almost fainted. The handwriting on his paper was frighteningly large. It was as if he was looking at it through a magnifying glass. Yang Ming wondered what was going on. Suddenly, the handwriting on his paper became normal again. He looked at Zhang Bin's paper again. It was not clear anymore. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Yang Ming did not believe in daydreaming. What he felt just now was real. Yang Ming tried to look at Zhang Bin's paper again. A miracle happened again. Yang Ming felt as if his eyes had a focusing function. The handwriting on the paper became clear again. Holy shit. Yang Ming was so excited that he almost shouted. Yang Ming, who often read web novels, had seen similar stories on the Cheating Chinese network where some frustrated, insignificant characters suddenly gained supernatural powers and became awesome from then on. Could it be that the goddess of luck had descended upon him? Did his eyes turn into a telescope? That's not right. He did not have such a special ability before. How did he suddenly gain it? Yang Ming strangely thought about his experience in the past few days. Generally, in novels, the protagonists were either struck by lightning or hit by a car, or had their anus drilled by an insect to obtain their superpower. It seemed that he didn't have any strange adventures. Right, the contact lenses. Yang Ming thought of the most important thing. He wore the contact lenses that the old man gave him. That was why he gained this special ability. Thinking of this, Yang Ming wanted to confirm his guess. He quickly removed the contact lenses from his eyes. Yang Ming, what are you doing here instead of focusing on your exam? Zhao Ying walked around the classroom and returned to Yang Ming. She found that he had not written a single word. He was actually doing something strange. Yang Ming was shocked again. His hand trembled and almost poked his eyes. He said to Zhao Ying bitterly, Teacher Zhao, can you not be so surprised? My contact lenses were just recently fitted. I was about to take them off and wear them again. But after being scared by you, I almost transferred to a school for the blind. Zhao Ying couldn't help but laugh when she heard Yang Ming's funny words. She said, Don't talk nonsense. You still have a reason. It's already been 20 minutes, and you haven't written a single word. I know, Teacher Zhao, Yang Ming replied. Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming rolling his eyes clumsily. She turned around and asked, "Do you need me to help you?" "That's great." For some reason, Yang Ming liked the feeling of Zhao Ying standing in front of him. It made his heart beat faster. Zhao Ying did not think so much. In her opinion, Yang Ming was just a student. She did not mind. She held Yang Ming's head and carefully opened his eyes. Because the contact lenses were small, Zhao Ying had to bend her body. Her towering chest was very close to Yang Ming's face. Zhao Ying's body fragrance made Yang Ming a little infatuated. Zhao Ying helped him take off the contact lenses. She found that Yang Ming was still looking at her. Her face could not help but turn red. She angrily said, "What are you in a daze for? I've already taken off the contact lenses." Oh. Yang Ming was enjoying it. When he heard Zhao Ying's angry rebuke, he immediately straightened his posture and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Zhao Ying put the contact lenses in the box and threw it to him. She glared at him and turned around to leave. Although Zhao Ying was already working, she was still an inexperienced girl. How could she stand being stared at by a man? It was too embarrassing. This Yang Ming, she originally thought that he was a talent. But now, it seems that he is hopeless. Yang Ming knew that now was not the time to be fantasizing. Because of the distraction, his crotch was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming changed his sitting position. His right hand quietly reached under the table and placed his little Yang Ming in a comfortable position. This time, no matter what Yang Ming did, he could not see the words on Zhang Bin's paper clearly. Even when his eyes were sore, the focus in front of him did not change at all. It seems that his guess was not wrong. It was the effect of the contact lenses. Yang Ming picked up the contact lens box and looked left and right. There was nothing special about it. It was actually a treasure. With this thing, no matter how far away a beauty was, he could see clearly. Gaga! Aya! Yang Ming suddenly slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about the important matter. He was in the middle of an exam. Looking at the time, there were only 10 minutes left. Yang Ming quickly put the contact lenses back on and hurriedly picked up the pen. He copied Zhang Bin's paper. Luckily, the speed of the contact lenses was faster. He moved his eyes from Zhang Bin's paper to his own and found the focus in an instant. After copying all the questions, the bell rang. Yang Ming was relieved. The contact lenses were actually so useful. Also, it did not feel uncomfortable wearing them. Why not just wear them all the time? Anyway, they were invisible and no one could see it. When the second class started, Yang Ming began to experiment with the contact lenses. He kept changing the focus and found that he could see things very far away. As long as he wanted to see something, the contact lenses would automatically fix the focus. His brain was like a digital camera's motor and AF focus, directing the contact lenses to change the focus. After the lesson, Yang Ming had mastered the method of zooming the lenses through his continuous exploration and practice. Due to the obstruction of the buildings outside the window, Yang Ming wasn't sure how far he could see. But at least on the wall on the other side of the field, Yang Ming could see clearly that there was a small, inconspicuous hole. This made Yang Ming very excited. It seemed that the old man did not lie to him. The contact lenses were really a high-tech product. Could it be that this old man was a Frankenstein who had been living in seclusion for a long time, coincidentally met him while he was playing in the human world, and then gave his invention to him? However, these are just thoughts in Yang Ming's mind. Who cares how it came about? There were many things in this world that could not be explained. This one was not a big deal. Chapter 7. Next, Yang Ming thought, can I use this pair of glasses to cheat in the college entrance examination? This is the most important thing. Although Yang Ming didn't find out what substantial benefits this pair of glasses could bring him, it was an indisputable fact that he could see other people's test papers. Then, Yang Ming thought of the problem. Can I see other people's test papers during the college entrance examination? Even if I can see further, I can't do it without other people's cooperation. Now, Zhang Bin can show me the test papers, but what about other people? Even if I can convince other people to show me the test papers during the college entrance examination, how can I guarantee that the other person's answer is correct? If I meet someone who is worse than Yang Ming, then it's too late to cry. How is it? Is it enough? Zhang Bin turned his head and said to Yang Ming, "Oh, not bad. It's enough." Yang Ming recovered from his thoughts and patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. He muttered in his heart, "Even if I copy from you, I can barely pass." The human heart is always like this. Before the exam, Yang Ming's goal was to pass. Now that he knew that he had the ability to see further, he began to be dissatisfied and wanted to go further. Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming wasn't in high spirits, so he thought that he didn't copy everything. After all, the later questions had steps. It wasn't easy to see from such a distance. Yang Ming tidied up the pen on the desk and put it into the pencil case. Then he saw the note that Chen Mingyan wrote to him. Yang Ming couldn't help but fantasize. This is a note from the campus bell. Ordinary people don't have this kind of treatment. Although the words written on the note were scolding him, Yang Ming was still very happy. He couldn't help but think of Chen Mingyan's beautiful face. Yesterday, when I was dreaming, I dreamt of her. What was the poem again? In the middle of the night, Mingyan was sleeping in a bikini. In the dream, Chen Mingyan was wearing a bikini. That proud figure and bulging chest, but it wasn't very clear. When he woke up in the morning, he couldn't remember so much. He really wanted to see what she looked like without clothes. Yang Ming was in the midst of his dirty thoughts when he suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Yang Ming, Miss Zhao wants to see you in the office." Yang Ming looked up and saw that it was Chen Mingyan, but then his mouth opened into an O shape in disbelief. Chen Mingyan was not wearing clothes. Yes, she was indeed not wearing any clothes. It was not that she was not wearing anything at all. Instead, she was only wearing a pair of black-laced underwear and a white half-cup bra. Yang Ming's eyes widened, and blood almost spurted out of his nose. Chen Mingyan was too bold, wasn't she? She actually wore a bikini in the classroom. The most unbearable thing for Yang Ming was that the black-laced underwear was actually translucent, and the black body hair inside was faintly discernible, causing a part of Yang Ming's body to rapidly fill with blood, almost bursting out his pants. "Chen Mingyan, why are you not wearing clothes?" Yang Ming stuttered as he pointed at Chen Mingyan. "Not wearing clothes?" Chen Mingyan couldn't help but say angrily, "What's wrong with you? You are the one who is not wearing clothes." You. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan did not admit it, and was somewhat inexplicable. "You are obviously not wearing anything. I saw your black-laced underwear." Pa! A slap landed on Yang Ming's face. "You are shameless." Chen Mingyan's face was red, and she gasped and shouted, "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "Me? How am I shameless?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're the one who is not wearing clothes, and you don't allow others to say it." "Wait. No, there is definitely a problem. How could Chen Mingyan wear bikinis in the classroom? It was only March, and the weather in the north was still icy. Chen Mingyan was not a penguin, so it was impossible for her not to be afraid of the cold. Although there's a saying that beauty triumphs over the cold, no one would joke with their life. Is there something wrong with my eyes?" Yang Ming suddenly remembered what Chen Mingyan said. "Yes, eyes. My eyes. It must be because of them, those glasses." At this time, Yang Ming calmed down and looked at Chen Mingyan again. He found that she was already neatly dressed. It was still the white sweater and jeans that he saw in the morning. "Damn, this broken glasses almost made me a fool," Yang Ming muttered in his heart. His face changed into a sleepy expression and said to Chen Mingyan with a smile, "Sorry, Chen Mingyan, I was sleeping in a daze. I thought I was dreaming." Chen Mingyan originally thought that he was just teasing her. When she heard his explanation, she was even more annoyed. "Dreaming? What kind of dream did you have? I'm afraid it was some dirty wet dream, right?" When she thought of what he said to her, Chen Mingyan felt wronged. Could it be that she was in his dream? Umph. Chen Mingyan coldly snorted and turned to leave. However, Chen Mingyan still had some doubts in her heart. How did he know what underwear she was wearing? Could it be that his dreams were so accurate? Yang Ming left the classroom with a lot of thoughts. It seems that this pair of glasses has some other functions that I don't understand. For example, just now I could actually see through Chen Mingyin, but why did it suddenly produce this effect? Why didn't I notice it at the beginning? Right, before Chen Mingyin called me, I was thinking about her wearing bikinis. It must be my brain that controlled this pair of glasses to start the X-ray function. Thinking of this, Yang Ming raised his head and prepared to experiment. Although Yang Ming is not a gentleman, he also understands the principle of seeing no evil. If you want to be lascivious, then you have to be lascivious. What's the point of sneaking a peek? Yang Ming is not such a person. If he wants to see a girl's naked body, he must openly make her willingly take off her clothes for him to see. Yang Ming disdains to do things like peeping. In order to test his X-ray ability, Yang Ming decided to test it on a boy. Soon, Yang Ming locked on to a man in the distance. Yang Ming sent a signal in his mind. What is he wearing under his coat? Sure enough, the boy's coat disappeared, revealing a black sweater underneath. Yang Ming continued to send a signal. What underwear is he wearing? Fuck! Yang Ming felt a chill. This guy is actually wearing a pink triangle underwear. Yang Ming decided to look at his naked appearance. Anyway, everyone is a man, so it doesn't matter if he looks. After looking, Yang Ming was speechless. This guy looks very powerful, but why is that place like an earthworm? It's not even a third of my size. Chapter 8. Fuck, what are you staring at me for? Although the muscular man wasn't close to Yang Ming, he could still feel Yang Ming's gaze that made his hair stand. So he walked in Yang Ming's direction, cursing as he walked. Can I look at you? What do you have to say about it? Yang Ming saw this guy yelling at him, so he immediately replied to him. Yang Ming had the ability to see far, but Muscle didn't. Yang Ming could see him, but he couldn't see Yang Ming. Only when he got closer did Muscle realize that the person in front of him was Yang Ming. He immediately became scared, and his face became flattering. Brother Yang, it's you? It's okay. You can look as much as you want, I don't mind. Who dares to mess with Yang Ming? He might just beat me up and I'll die. The muscular man thought to himself. Yang Ming didn't want to do anything to him, so he patted his shoulder and said, It's okay. I just wanted to tell you not to wear men's underwear too much. Keep a low profile. Looking at Yang Ming's back, Muscle opened his mouth wide. How did he know I have this hobby? Yang Ming didn't forget that Zhao Ying was still waiting for him in the office, so he quickly walked to the teacher's building. Why is Zhao Ying looking for me? Yang Ming thought as he walked. Could it be that she's interested in me and wants to go on a date with me? Thinking about Zhao Ying's body that was more mature than Chen Mingyin's, Yang Ming almost drooled. Can I peek later? But this idea was quickly rejected by him. At the door of the office, Yang Ming habitually pushed the door open without knocking. Zhao Ying was playing QQ Fight the Landlord on the computer. When she saw Yang Ming come in, she couldn't help but blush. She was a teacher, but she was playing games in the office. She said angrily, Yang Ming, don't you know how to knock before you come in? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking. Teacher Zhao, did you do something wrong? Yang Ming smiled and asked, So you're saying that you're a ghost? Zhao Ying caught the wrong wording and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Was Yang Ming the kind of person who dug his own grave and jumped into it? He immediately replied, I said I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking, but I didn't even knock. Zhao Ying was angry. If you didn't knock, then why did you knock? So she asked, Then what do you mean by if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking? It doesn't mean anything. I was just saying, your association's ability is too rich, and it's almost the same as this association computer. Yang Ming pointed at the Lenovo brand computer on the desk. Zhao Ying was completely speechless. What kind of student is this? Luckily, there were no other teachers in the office, or else she would be embarrassed. Okay, let's not talk about this. Teacher Zhao, why are you looking for me? As Yang Ming spoke, he controlled his gaze and tried his best not to look at Zhao Ying's chest. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't use his X-ray vision because of his lust. This time, Zhao Ying even had the heart to kill herself. The words that should have been said by her were actually said by him first. Zhao Ying originally wanted to say, Yang Ming, do you know why I'm looking for you? Don't you have anything to say? Zhao Ying had to continue with her original line of thought. Me? What should I say? Oh yeah, Teacher Zhao. I felt that it was more comfortable to wear contact lenses, so I put them on myself. I wanted to trouble you, but I thought about how busy you are, so I did it myself. Yang Ming started to make up a story. Yeah, how can you copy other people's papers without wearing contact lenses? Zhao Ying sneered. What copy other people's papers? Teacher Zhao, what are you talking about? Yang Ming pretended to be stupid. Are you trying to trick me? You didn't catch me in the act. How do you know that I copied? Zhao Ying didn't answer. Instead, she took the stack of papers on the desk, took down the top 2 papers, and threw them in front of Yang Ming. She sneered, "Look at it yourself. Do you have anything to explain?" Yang Ming picked up the papers and looked at them. He suddenly sweated. It turned out that he and Zhang Bin's papers were copied in a hurry and forgot to make some changes. As a result, the 2 papers had the same mistakes. It became a real copy of the paper. Don't tell me this is a coincidence, Zhao Ying said. Ugh, actually the world is so big that nothing is too strange. If there is a copy, it is purely a coincidence. Yang Ming said with a dry smile. Coincidence your lungs. Zhao Ying's lungs were about to explode. However, Yang Ming was looking at Zhao Ying's pink neck that had turned red due to her anger. When he looked down, he saw her plump breasts. Through the slightly open collar, her breasts were faintly discernible. Do I need to use my X-ray vision? Just once will do. A voice said to him. No, how can you do such a disgraceful thing? She is your teacher. What teacher? At most, there is a difference of 3 years. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. Don't deceive yourself. It will be a waste not to look. The other voice was immediately unwilling. Yang Ming looked at the large breasts and couldn't help but gulp. This is clearly seducing me. A man and a woman in a room alone. Isn't Zhao Ying afraid that I will rape her? No, I can't control it. Yang Ming clenched his teeth and turned his face to the side. It seems that I will have to change the bed sheets tonight. It's more obscure. Gaga, if you don't understand it, it means that you are a very pure child. It doesn't matter if you understand it. It means that you're a very ambiguous person like old you. But people who think crookedly, I have to say that you are more lascivious than Lu Lei. Who is Lu Lei? See also The Pursuit of Beauty. At this moment, Zhao Ying also noticed Yang Ming's burning gaze. Although she is a few years older than Yang Ming, her EQ is still similar to a little girl's. At first, she thought that she was a teacher and Yang Ming was a student. He wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about her. But now, when she saw the eyes full of desire, she was suddenly at a loss. Humph! Zhao Ying stood up uncomfortably and habitually pulled at her collar. She said to Yang Ming, look at what you have done. Skipping class, fighting, cheating in exams. All that's left is to flirt with a female student. Zhao Ying said this and couldn't help but blush. Was the look he gave her just now considered flirting? Yang Ming didn't think so in his heart. From middle school to high school, his face was so thick that even a machine gun couldn't penetrate it. Why would he be afraid of a female teacher who is 3 years older than him? What's the point of flirting? Yang Ming muttered in a low voice. He had just flirted with Chen Mingyan and was slapped in the face. Chapter 9. What did you say? Zhao Ying clearly heard Yang Ming's mutterings. She had just become a teacher and was most afraid of students challenging her authority. Seeing that Yang Ming dared to talk back, Zhao Ying immediately became angry. I will call your parents later and ask them to come to school. Hee hee. Yang Ming curled his lips and sneered. What are you laughing at? Did you hear what I said? Zhao Ying didn't expect Yang Ming to laugh when he heard that she had to call the parents. This was a trump card that some seniors taught her to deal with bad students when she first became a teacher. This method that was praised to be effective time and time again actually failed the first time she used it. Little teacher Zhao, don't you think that it's a reflection of a teacher's incompetence to look for a student's parents for no reason? Ever since Yang Ming's parents had been found in junior high school, he had been very disgusted with this matter. Zhao Ying heard this theory for the first time. In her opinion, It was natural for the parents to be called in if the student didn't perform well. She didn't expect there to be such a theory. Thinking about it carefully, what Yang Ming said did make some sense. Yes, if the parents were to be called in for everything, what was the use of teachers? I was reckless. You are right. If the parents are to be called in for everything, it is a reflection of the teacher's incompetence. How about this? From tomorrow onwards, you will come to my office every night. I will tutor you in math. Zhao Ling thought for a while and said, "Ah." This time it was Yang Ming's turn to be speechless. Yang Ming stared at Zhao Ling. He couldn't wait to slap himself. Damn, why'd he talk so much? With one sentence, he ruined his happy time after school. Okay, you can go back now. Zhao Ling waved her hand and then threw the plagiarized paper to Yang Ming. Go back and think about it. I don't need to mark you. Yang Ming took the paper, said goodbye, and left the office. He casually stuffed the paper into his pocket. He didn't care whether the judges would judge him or not. The key question was, what should he do tomorrow? Speaking of which, being able to be alone with a beautiful teacher was something that all the boys were envious of. The young, beautiful, and cheerful Zhao Ling was undoubtedly the topic of many boys after class. After class, pestering teacher Zhao Ling to ask questions had already become a daily routine for many boys. However, Yang Ming wasn't happy at all. He didn't know anything. He liked to be alone with a beautiful teacher, but learning was a headache for him. But soon, this distress was washed away by Yang Ming's excitement of obtaining a new superpower. Now, I could be considered to have a superpower, right? Yang Ming thought to himself. Although this superpower was obtained with the help of external glasses, it was not far from the truth. When Yang Ming returned to the classroom, he saw the class monitor, Wang Jitao, walking towards him. Yang Ming, let's go out and find a corner to talk. Wang Jitao said, Talk. Yang Ming was stunned. But when he saw Wang Jitao's angry look, he understood what was going on. This guy is here to fight for the school bell. Let's go. Wang Jitao said as he stared at Yang Ming. Others were afraid of Yang Ming, but he wasn't. Okay, Yang Ming said coldly. He sneered in his heart. Who the fuck are you? You want to talk to me? Yang Ming didn't wait for Wang Jitao to speak. He turned and walked out of the classroom. Originally, Wang Jitao wanted to push Yang Ming out. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward. His momentum seemed to be weaker. He couldn't help but be angry. Wang Jitao, Yang Ming, what are you doing? When Shen Mengyan saw Wang Jitao and Yang Ming talking, she felt something was wrong. Wang Jitao was a person with high standards. Usually, he wouldn't talk to Yang Ming. Today, he actually took the initiative to look for Yang Ming. Moreover, the two of them wanted to walk out of the classroom. She suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly went forward to ask. Mengyan, it's nothing. You can go back. This is a matter between men. Wang Jitao looked for Yang Ming to curry favor with Chun Mengyan. At this time, he naturally spoke like a man. Chun Mengyan frowned and looked at Wang Jitao. Are you looking for him because of me? If so, then there's no need. Mengyan, Wang Jitao wanted to stand up for her, but she didn't appreciate it. For a moment, he was embarrassed. He vented his anger on Yang Ming. This time I'm giving face to Mengyan. But I'm warning you, you better be careful. Watch your mouth. Shen Mengyan isn't someone you can talk about. The reason why Yang Ming didn't immediately get angry was because he also felt that he wasn't very polite to Chen Mengyan before. However, when he heard Wang Jitao's sarcastic words, a nameless anger rose from his heart. He slapped away the finger that was pointing at him and said coldly, Don't dance in front of me. My business is not for you to care. Wang Jitao was already humiliated by Chun Mengyan. When he heard Yang Ming say the same thing, he became an outsider. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Stay away from Mengyan in the future. Wang Jitao usually pretended to be very gentle. Today, he was so angry that he revealed his young master's temper. Fuck your mother. If you call me that again, I'll kill you. Yang Ming was also angry. Ever since he became famous for fighting in junior high school, no one dared to talk to him like this. Yang Ming was originally a bad student, so he didn't have to care about anything. You're good. Let's wait and see. Wang Jitao fiercely threw down these words and returned to his seat. Idiot! Yang Ming scolded, turned around, and walked to the door of the classroom. Originally, because he found out that he had some special abilities, he was in a good mood. However, Wang Jitao completely ruined it. Yang Ming was going to sue Peng's billiards room to sit for a while. Yang Ming, you want to skip class again? Chen Mingyan saw that the evening's self-study session was about to end. Yang Ming was going to walk out, so he was definitely going to skip class. When he heard Chen Mingyan call him, Yang Ming's heart moved. This girl couldn't have taken a fancy to him, right? Otherwise, why would she always care about him? If it was in the past, Yang Ming would definitely not have this kind of idea. However, it was different now. He had a special ability, and his self-confidence was extremely inflated. In those YY novels that he read in the association, didn't the protagonists obtain special abilities and have beautiful women and money at their fingertips? Chapter 10. Chen Mingyan, there are so many people in the class. Why do you have to go against me? Yang Ming stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Me? Chen Mingyan was also puzzled. Why do I have to go against him? But after thinking about it, she said, I'm the study committee member. You're the only one in the class who always skips class. Of course, I have to control you. Oh, so that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. That means if I have any learning difficulties in the future, I can find you. This, of course you can. Chen Mingyan nodded. Unfortunately, I don't know anything, otherwise I could really use the opportunity of asking questions to pursue her. Yang Ming calculated in his heart. Originally, Yang Ming planned to skip class, but at this time, the class teacher, Teacher Li, had already walked in. No matter how awesome Yang Ming was, he couldn't blatantly skip class in front of the class teacher, so he resentfully returned to his seat. Yang Ming, you're so awesome. You didn't even bother with the class leader. You really helped us to vent our anger. When Yang Ming returned to his seat, Zhang Bin, who was in front of him, turned around and said, in a class, the excellent students and the poor students always stand on opposite sides, especially the arrogant class cadre like Wang Jitao. Of course, the beautiful class cadre is an exception. In school, no matter how good or bad a girl's grades are, as long as she's beautiful, there will be a large group of boys chasing after her. Chen Mingyan is an example. It's him who went too far, Yang Ming said with a smile. That's true, damn it. Why did he say that you're a toad who wants to eat swan meat? I think he's the one who's chasing after Chen Mingyan all day. Yang Ming, you're better than him in every aspect. Zhang Bin was also a weak student and had a good relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, they shared the same enemy. I'm good at studying. Yang Ming heard Zhang Bin praising him and laughed awkwardly. Hey bro, don't tell me you don't have any feelings for Chen Mingyan. So what if you were good at studying? You can't eat it. Zhang Bing covered his mouth and said softly, I think Chen Mingyan is interested in you. Don't talk nonsense. Although Yang Ming said so, he began to ponder in his heart. Could it be that Chen Mingyan is really interested in me? Since there was nothing to do during the evening's self-study session, Yang Ming began to study his own special abilities. What other abilities did this pair of glasses have? His intuition told him that there were definitely more than these two abilities, but he didn't know the rest. After repeated research, Yang Ming found that not only could he see through other people's clothes, but he could also see through walls, books, floors, and almost any material could become a medium for Yang Ming to see through. As long as Yang Ming wanted to, he could even see other people's internal organs. With his own telescopic ability, Yang Ming could see through other people's bodies and see the objects in front of the person. This discovery made Yang Ming very excited. In other words, if it was in the exam room, as long as the angle was right, Yang Ming could see through other people's bodies and see that person's test paper. The only regret was that Yang Ming's vision couldn't turn. In other words, Yang Ming could only see things in front of him or to the side. He couldn't see anything behind him. If his seat happened to be at the first table during the college entrance exam, Yang Ming still couldn't do anything. Although he could see through the wall and see the test paper of the person in front of him, what if he happened to be at the front of the classroom? Although this assumption was a bit ridiculous, it wasn't impossible if he was in a bad situation. Yang Ming didn't want to think about these unpleasant things for the time being. Instead, he took out the algebra book from the afternoon. Wang, who made you angry? A young man wearing sunglasses got out of a Mercedes-Benz S600 and respectfully opened the back door. Wang Jitao got out of the car with a gloomy face. The young man wearing sunglasses got back into the driver's seat and started the car. Motherfucker, a classmate of mine dared to act cool with me. Wang Jitao didn't care about cursing. He wasn't in school anymore, so there was no need to pretend to be so polite. Who dared to mess with our Wang? Do you want me to find a few people to teach him a lesson? The young man wearing sunglasses asked. Not for the time being. I'll buy you. I just had a conflict with him today. If something happens to him, others will easily association that I found someone to do it. Let's wait for a while and let him be free for a few days. Wang Jitao thought and said, Okay, when do you want to do it? Wang, tell me in advance. I'll buy you said while driving. At the same time, Yang Ming rode his old 28-year-old bicycle back home. When he passed by the intersection where he fought with Zhang Yuliang at noon, Yang Ming deliberately stopped the car to pay attention, but he couldn't find the old man. This made Yang Ming very disappointed. He wanted to ask the old man, but it seemed impossible. He could only do it himself. In the candlelight, your smile warms my heart. Farewell to yesterday's hurt and pain. You know my heart best. Even though the night is hazy, I know where to go. I'll walk through the rain and wind with you, slowly getting closer to you. Yang Ming passed by a hair salon downstairs. There was an old song, Good Person Has a Good Dream, sung by Sun Yu and Tai Zhengxiao. Yang Ming locked his bicycle and went in to cut his hair. The originally cool razor-cut hair was cut into a buzz cut. Yang Ming himself didn't know why he made this decision, cutting his hair to show his determination to learn. Just now in the evening self-study, Yang Ming actually patiently read the first 3 chapters of the algebra book. Was it because of Zhaoying or Chen Mingyan, or was it to comfort his father? Yang Ming himself didn't know. In the evening when reading the book, Yang Ming discovered another feat. He didn't need to open the book to see the content inside. Although some pages were reversed, he could still understand them if he looked carefully. This made Yang Ming very excited. In other words, during the college entrance exam, as long as he put the reference book in his bag and then put the bag on the podium facing him, he could look up the answers anytime during the exam. Yang's father saw that his son had cut his hair short and started to study as soon as he came home. He was very happy. He discussed with Mother Yang whether or not to prepare a table of good dishes for his son tomorrow. After Yang Ming found out, he was very ashamed. He studied for some purpose, but what he really cared about was how to cheat in the college entrance exam. Chapter 11. The next morning, the students in the class were very surprised by Yang Mingli's soldier head. Zhang Bing exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up and said, Damn, bro, you didn't deliberately change your style to attract the campus belle, right? Go to hell. I've decided to study hard. Yang Ming laughed and scolded. You? Study? Zhang Bin opened his mouth wide. Did I hear it wrong? From the first year of high school until now, the number of lessons you have attended can be counted with your fingers. You want to study now? Yes. In order to live up to someone's good intentions, I naturally have to study hard. Yang Ming deliberately spoke loudly. And if I encounter a problem, someone promised to help me. Yang Ming was now full of confidence. Ever since he found out that he had a special ability, he had a new understanding of things. His character had also become more unruly. Originally, he was just a poor student with no future. But now it was different. He had a feeling of superiority. Yang Ming only said that, but Chen Mingyan didn't think so. Her heart was suddenly beating like a drum. What is wrong with this Yang Ming today? He dares to speak like this in public. Is he really determined to study for me? Why is he like this? Is it because of me? Then if he asks me a question, should I help him? What am I thinking? Chen Mingyan thought. Maybe he didn't mean it that way. In fact, Chen Mingyan was overthinking. Only Chen Mingyan understood Yang Ming somewhat. The other students didn't understand at all. Even Zhang Bin was confused. Those who had been in the 3rd year of high school knew that the most common thing every day was tests. There was a big test every 3 days, a small test every 2 days, and tests were held every day. This class was a test again. The biology teacher walked into the classroom with a stack of poems. Yang Ming, who originally hated exams, suddenly became enthusiastic about them. He wanted to see if his special ability was useful or not. Yang Ming placed the biology book on the desk so that his plan could be carried out smoothly. Yang Ming glanced at the biology book across the table. It was clearly visible, and it saved him the time of manually flipping through the pages. After the test papers were distributed, Yang Ming skimmed through them. The fill-in-the-blanks questions in front were mostly conceptual questions. He could quickly find the answers from the book. As for the calculation questions, it was not so easy. However, he could plagiarize others. Yang Ming's eyes were fixed on the test paper. His eyes went past the test paper and landed on the biology book on the desk. Yang Ming quickly flipped through the pages with his eyes and finished the fill-in-the-blanks. Looking at the time, he spent nearly 30 minutes. It seemed that his speed was still not good enough. He should practice harder. Otherwise, when the real exam came, there might not be enough time. Yang Ming glanced at the poems of the people in front of him. His eyes stopped on Chun Mingyin's paper. She had finished all the questions and was carefully checking them. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. He had not finished copying, but she had already finished. Yang Ming did not care whether it was right or wrong. He directly copied the few big questions on the test paper. After he finished the last stroke, the bell rang. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was a perfect cheat. It seemed that his method was effective. During the college entrance exam, as long as he prepared well in advance, he could easily get a high score. Now that his biggest worry had been solved, Yang Ming immediately felt relaxed. Without the pressure of studying, Yang Ming's thoughts naturally started to become active. Since I have a special ability, can I use it to make some money? In the novel, many protagonists have become multimillionaires or even billionaires with their special abilities. Can I make some money with my special ability? Yang Ming began to figure out his ability. He could see things in the distance. It had almost no substantial use in making money. Even if he could see the moon, what was the use? In addition to being able to see far, the only thing left was to be able to see through things. What can I do with X-ray? Gambling? This is a good choice, but this is not Macau. Moreover, I don't have capital in my hands. This idea is temporarily shelved. After thinking about it for the whole morning, Yang Ming did not think of what else his ability could be used for besides cheating in the exam. However, he was not discouraged. There was still a long time. It might come in handy one day. Today, Yang Ming did not skip class for the first time, and Chun Mingyin did not trouble him. Yang Ming's heart was empty. Usually, Chun Mingyin always took care of him. Suddenly, no one took care of him. Yang Ming was really not used to it. Yang Ming tore a piece of paper from the book and wrote on it, "I am ready to study hard for you, Yang Ming." Then, after thinking about it, he tore off the 2 words, Yang Ming, folded it, and asked Zhang Bin to pass it to Chun Mingyin. Zhang Bin laughed strangely and helped Yang Ming pass the note. Chun Mingyin was doing exercises. Suddenly, someone passed a note to her. She took it with some doubts. When Chun Mingyin opened the note, her face turned red. Although there was no signature on the note, how could Chun Mingyin not know who wrote it? What does he mean? Is he confessing to me? Should I tell him directly to not have any improper thoughts? But will I hurt him if I do this? Now it seems that he is determined to study hard. If I mercilessly cut off his thoughts, will he be discouraged? Will he give up on himself? Chun Mingyin struggled for a long time. How could she know that Yang Ming was purely looking for trouble with her? The kind Chun Mingyin helplessly looked back at Yang Ming and wrote on the note, "I hope you don't give up halfway." Yang Ming, who received the reply, was almost overjoyed. She didn't refuse, which meant that she acquiesced. It seemed that this girl was quite reserved. Yang Ming, who was full of spirit, walked to the teacher's building with a happy mood. He didn't forget that there was a beautiful sister who was going to tutor him today. Yang Ming hummed a song and came to Zhao Ying's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard someone talking inside. "Zhao Ying, I ordered a table of wine and dishes at Earthly Paradise tonight. I want to invite you to dinner." A man's voice came from the office. Sorry, I'm not free tonight. I have to tutor the students, Zhao Ying said coldly. It's just a lousy student. Just find an excuse and send him away. Do you need to be so careful? The man said. Chapter 12. I am Miss Zhao's student. Yang Ming said. Take revenge on me? Can he beat me up? Yang Ming said indifferently. At first, Yang Ming still had an indifferent attitude, but when he saw Zhao Ying's serious look, he gradually started to take notes. Although he could cheat during the exam, the knowledge he learned would always belong to him. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Yang Ming was now in a difficult situation. If he stood up, his crotch would immediately stick up. How could he let Zhao Ying see such an embarrassing thing? Miss Zhao, I'm here. Yang Ming walked straight to Zhao Ying's desk, ignoring the man. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Ying saw Jin Gang leave and was relieved. For the past few days, this Jin Gang kept pestering her to go on a date with him. It was so annoying. The man held the flowers in his left hand and pointed at the place where Yang Ming came in with his right hand. He was like a doorman, very funny. Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming and thought that he was in pain. So she asked with concern, Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? The first chapter, power function, exponential function, and logarithmic function. The focus of this chapter is monovalent quadratic inequality, mapping and function, power function. Zhao Ying began to explain to Yang Ming seriously. He has a criminal record. It can't be a teacher beating a student, then he can still continue to work in this school. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Now that the newspaper said that teachers were not allowed to punish and beat students, this guy actually dared to go against the rules. Yang Ming glanced at the man in front of him from the corner of his eyes. He was about 26 or 27 years old. His hair was combed into a small parting. He looked shiny and smooth. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Obviously, Zhao Ying didn't accept his flowers, and there was no vase in Zhao Ying's office, so he could only hold it in his hand. When Zhao Ying saw his silly look, she glared at him and said, Tell me about your situation so that I can give you a targeted learning plan. Hee. So Teacher Zhao is very popular with young men. Yang Ming smiled and said, It seems that I am very honored to be alone with Teacher Zhao. Yes, Jin Gang. He teaches physical education. All right, the next time you see him, avoid him. I'm afraid he'll take revenge on you, Zhao Ying reminded. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. You come to my place every day after school and leave with me at night. He won't dare to do anything to you, Zhao Ying said. Teacher Jin, please go back. I need to tutor the students. Zhao Ying frowned and glanced at the man who was making a fuss. Is that man also a teacher in our school? Asked Yang Ming. It wasn't tiring to work with men and women. Yang Ming didn't feel anything. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Zhao Ying took a sip of tea, glanced at the watch, and said, Let's call it a day. Be on time tomorrow. This paper is the test question for the first year of high school that I found. You go back and do it. Mom has a dad. Who are you fooling? Yang Ming didn't care whether he agreed or not. He turned the door and locked it. The door of the office wasn't locked, so it could be opened from the outside. When a man saw Yang Ming come in, he was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, What's wrong with you? Who let you in? Get out of here. However, the more Yang Ming acted like this, the more confused Zhao Ying was. A pair of beautiful eyes swept Yang Ming's body. Suddenly, she found something strange on Yang Ming's pants. Her face immediately turned red. Zhao Ying nodded, took out the first book of algebra from the table, and said, Not bad. Your speed is not bad. That's it then. You read during the day, and I'll tell you the main points of the chapters at night. I'll also find some targeted exercises for you. Yang Ming wanted to cover up his evidence. He didn't expect to suddenly hear Zhao Ying's roar. He was shocked, and the tent he set up immediately fell down. Well, it's possible. Anyway, you should be careful. He has a criminal record. Zhao Ying nodded and said, This is hard to say. Don't ask about these things. Zhao Ying said, Miss Zhao, can we start? Yang Ming said to Zhao Ying with a smile. He directly treated the man next to him as heir. What are you looking at? Zhao Ying suddenly found that Yang Ming was not right. She found that he was staring at her. She stretched out her finger and waved it in front of Yang Ming's eyes. After saying this, Zhao Ying casually moved the hair in front of her eyes. Her delicate little face was completely exposed in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a bit infatuated. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. Damn, no wonder Jean Gang is pestering her. I am fascinated by her. No. Yang Ming had to carefully stand up, spread his legs, and raise his butt back. He tried to make his tent not so obvious. Yang Ming recovered from the shock of the beauty. However, his little Yang Ming set up his tent because of the physiological reaction. Yang Ming thought for a moment. Jean Gang, it seems that the school's director of teaching is also surnamed Jean. Is there any relationship between them? It seems very possible. But this Jean Gang, you better not provoke me. Otherwise, with that small body, I can beat you up with a few punches. Oomph. Jean Gang threw the flowers on the sofa and angrily rushed out of the door. Who is it? The man asked. Damn Yang Ming, what are you thinking about? Zhao Ying wanted to cover up her shyness, so she deliberately raised her voice. I was wondering why you didn't study well. It turns out that you were thinking about these dirty things all day long. Another fly. There is never a lack of flies around the beauty. Seeing the beauty teacher being harassed, Yang Ming was a little unhappy. He went forward and knocked on the door. Actually, to put it simply, I don't know anything about high school knowledge. I have been learning from scratch for the past few days. I have already finished reading the first and second chapter of the algebra book. Yang Ming said, You motherfucker, I'm talking to you. The man suddenly became furious and rushed over to Yang Ming and roared. Yang Ming was stunned. He was not afraid of that surname Jin's revenge, but to be able to go home with the beauty teacher, this kind of good thing, only a fool would refuse. Thus, Yang Ming quickly nodded and said, Okay. Miss Xiao is not here. You can go back. The man said impatiently. Let's go. I will send you back. Zhao Ying stood up and picked up her backpack from the cabinet. When she turned around, she found that Yang Ming was still sitting on the chair and did not get up. She curiously said, Yang Ming, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. What King Kong? Are you a Japanese pirate? Chapter 13. Teacher Zhao, don't you know that scaring people can scare people to death? Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying found out about his improper thoughts, so he decided to let go of his face. You will scare me into impotence like this. Who will be responsible if I can't find a wife in the future? Impotence? When Zhao Ying heard this term, her face turned even redder, like a big apple that was about to drip honey. What kind of student is this? Why does he say everything? However, when Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming's serious expression, she association and thought about what was taught in the university's physiology class. It seems that when a man has an erection, he can't be scared, or else it will easily lead to impotence. In order to make Yang Ming feel relieved, Zhao Ying said helplessly, If you can't find a wife, I'll be responsible for introducing one to you. But even if you introduce one to me, if the girl knows that I have problems in that area, she definitely won't be with me. Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying took it seriously, so he wanted to tease her. Zhao Ying really didn't think of this point, so she couldn't find any words to respond. She was afraid that Yang Ming would think about these things and delay his studies, so she anxiously said, If that's really the case, then I'll marry you. A little girl is still a little girl. Don't look at how she's a few years older than me, and as a teacher, her mind is still so pure. She was tricked into marrying me with just a few words. If that whatever Jean Gang had half of my ability, asking Zhao Ying out for a meal would be a piece of cake. Yang Ming thought proudly. Okay, you actually dare to joke about a teacher. Zhao Ying suddenly saw the fleeting smile on Yang Ming's face and said with a bit of anger, No, I'm just happy because I don't have to worry about not being able to find a wife in the future. If my mom knew that I found a beauty for her to be her daughter-in-law, she would be so happy. Yang Ming said innocently. Zhao Ying completely broke down. Was it because she was not suitable to be a teacher, or Was it because Yang Ming was not suitable to be a student? Why was it that every time she spoke to him, she had the feeling that he was digging a trap and jumping into it herself? Although Yang Ming had fantasized about Zhao Ying in his heart before, he would never say it out loud. Now that he dared to do it, the biggest reason was that he had obtained a special ability and his confidence was extremely inflated. At this moment, the campus was already dark. Only a few rooms in the faculty building were still lit. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying walked on the school field. Yang Ming was a head taller than Zhao Ying. The two people looked like a couple strolling in the night. After taking a few steps, Zhao Ying seemed to realize that something was wrong. She deliberately walked faster, but before she could take 2 steps, Yang Ming caught up with her. Zhao Ying had to speed up again, and Yang Ming was still following Zhao Ying closely. After walking for a short distance, Zhao Ying was so tired that she had to slow down. "Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with you? Are you practicing walking?" Yang Ming actually knew why Zhao Ying was tired, but he pretended not to know. "Walking." Zhao Ying was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "I'm not going to participate in the Olympics. Why would I practice walking? How could he think of it? Isn't that the case?" Yang Ming asked. "No, I'm just a little cold. I want to go back quickly," Zhao Ying said as she rolled her eyes. "Oh." Yang Ming nodded. He took off his coat and put it on Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was stunned. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She came to this strange city to work alone. She couldn't remember how long it had been since someone cared about her. There were only flies that sent her flowers and asked her out all day long. There was never a real concern like this. In fact, she couldn't blame those flies. It was Zhao Ying who never gave them a chance to show off. "Thank you," Zhao Ying said softly. Although she was a teacher and an adult, after tearing off all these pretenses, she was still a little girl who needed someone to protect her. Yang Ming was just going with the flow. He didn't expect Zhao Ying to say thank you to him. Therefore, he quickly boasted shamelessly, "I'm a man. Protecting a beauty is my duty." "Hee, you call yourself a man? You're just a little boy." Zhao Ying was amused by his actions. "It's not small." Yang Ming wanted to say that his lower part wasn't small. Then he thought that it wasn't right. The other person was his teacher. He couldn't joke too much. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Okay. Even if you're a man, you're not as big as me." Zhao Ying didn't understand the meaning behind Yang Ming's words. She said with a smile, "Teacher Zhao." Yang Ming suddenly asked. "N." Zhao Ying responded. "Can I call you sister in the future?" Yang Ming actually had a plan. After reading so many YY novels, if he didn't have the awareness to pick up girls, then he didn't need to work. First, she would become his sister. Then, she would become his lover. Finally, she would become his wife. Originally, Yang Ming thought that this kind of thing was impossible in reality. But now that he had a special ability, what else was impossible? This. Zhao Ying didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a request, but she had studied educational psychology before. She knew that getting closer to the student was helpful for teaching. So she hesitated for a while and agreed. "Okay, when there are only the 2 of us, I'll allow you to call me that. But in class, you can't say that. Otherwise, I'll ignore you." After Zhao Ying finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong. Her tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly with her lover. I hope he didn't notice it. Yang Ming could hear the coquettish tone in Zhao Ying's voice, but he didn't point it out. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow, haste makes waste. Picking up a teacher has to be done step by step. If he was too hasty, it would cause conflict in her heart, and it wouldn't be easy to do it. "Got it, beautiful sister," Yang Ming said happily. "Remove those 2 words." Zhao Ying laughed. "Yes, beautiful," Yang Ming said seriously. "It's not sister. It's beautiful," Zhao Ying said anxiously. "Oh, I know. You're a beautiful woman," Yang Ming said. "What I mean is, the 2 words I want you to remove aren't sister. I want you to remove the beautiful woman," Zhao Ying said snappily. "You should have said so earlier. Beautiful sister, remove the beautiful woman." Yang Ming pretended to be enlightened and said, Zhao Ning said in her heart, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Life is like a play. If you get angry and fall sick, no one will take your place." Chapter 14. Sistering, how are you going back so late? Yang Ming pushed the bicycle out of the bike shed and walked with Zhao Ying to the school gate. My home is not far. It's just in front of the school. There are a few single dormitories for young teachers who don't have a house. Zhao Ying said, "How about this? I'll send you back first, then I'll go home." Yang Ming said, "I'm a teacher. Do I need you to send me back? I should be the one sending you back, right?" Zhao Ying smiled. "Sister Ying, although you are a teacher, you are also a girl. It's so late. How can I let you go back alone?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Zhao Ying was stunned. She reacted, "Yes, I'm only 3 years older than him. Without the appearance of being a teacher, I'm almost the same age as him. It's natural for a boy to send a girl home. Well, it's not far anyway. We'll be there in 2 steps." Zhao Ying nodded. Yang Ming wanted to shamelessly invite Zhao Ying to sit in his bike and take her back. Now he couldn't say it. He had to push the bike and walk with Zhao Ying into the darkness. Suddenly, Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Zhao Ying, who was walking forward. "Oh, what are you doing?" Zhao Ying was shocked. She turned around and saw Yang Ming's dignified expression. She was suddenly scared. "You wouldn't want to do anything to me, right? It's moonless and windy here. No one passed by." When she association with Yang Ming's eyes and the tent he set up, Zhao Ying couldn't help but shiver. Yang Ming didn't notice Zhao Ying's uncertain expression. Instead, he looked behind a trash can and whispered, "There's someone in front." When Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming didn't do anything to her, she immediately felt relieved. It seemed that she had misunderstood. However, when he heard Yang Ming say that there was someone up ahead, he became nervous again. Yang Ming had obtained the ability to see through things and see through things. How could he not use it? Moreover, Yang Ming discovered that he could actually see things in the dark, and it was extremely clear. When Yang Ming casually glanced behind the trash can, he found 3 people squatting there. It was already so late at night. It was impossible for someone to be so bored as to squat behind a dumpster. Therefore, there was only one possibility. These people were robbers. What made Yang Ming extremely puzzled was that one of the 3 people was the physical education teacher, Jin Gang. But what happened next made Yang Ming understand. It turned out that this Jin Gang wanted to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, and teach him a lesson at the same time. Robbery. 2 people jumped out from behind the dumpster and jumped in front of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Although Zhao Ying was warned in advance by Yang Ming, she was still shocked. She instinctively reached out and grabbed Yang Ming's arm. Yang Ming was happy in his heart. This idiot Jin Gang is giving me a chance to perform. Just based on the fact that these 2 extras in front of him were not his opponents, he didn't say anything. He reached out and hugged Zhao Ying's shoulder. He smiled and said, "What do you want to rob?" Zhao Ying was extremely nervous now. She didn't have time to think about Yang Ming's action. Instead, because of fear, she unconsciously leaned her body into Yang Ming's arms. Rob what? The 2 people were originally invited by Jin Gang to play extras. They had never done this before. When Yang Ming suddenly asked them, they were stunned. "What did the gang ask us to rob?" A slightly chubby minor actor number 1 who looked like a gas tank asked minor actor number 2 next to him. "Don't talk nonsense." Minor actor number 2 stared at minor actor number 1 and said calmly, "Robbery. Of course it's money. Yes, it's money. Take out all the valuable things for me." Yang Ming already knew the details of these 2 people. Now that he heard the funny dialogue of these 2 people, his stomach was about to burst with laughter, but his face was still very serious. He said, "I don't have money, but I do have a life. Right, I also have a broken 28-year-old bicycle. I believe that such a high-class robber like you definitely wouldn't be interested in it. Right?" That's right," minor actor number 1 replied. "Fuck." Minor actor number 2 quickly kicked minor actor number 1, indicating that he shouldn't talk nonsense. But minor actor number 1 didn't understand what he meant. He stared at him and said unhappily, "Why did you fucking kick me?" Minor actor number 2 almost went berserk. He suppressed his anger and ignored him. He turned to Yang Ming and said, "Don't fool us. Don't have anything valuable? Take out your wallet and phone." "Yes. IP, IC, IQ card. Tell me all the passwords." Minor actor number 1 quickly said. After saying that, he looked at minor actor number 2 proudly, meaning, "You see how fast my reaction is?" If it weren't for the fact that the show was not over yet, minor actor number 2 would have hit him on the spot. "Yang Ming, why don't we give them the money?" Zhao Ying had a preconceived idea. She already thought that these two people were robbers, so she didn't have any doubts. "Give what? If he wants it, let him come and get it himself." Yang Ming said. "You want me to get it myself? Okay. You go and search the man. I'll search the woman." Minor actor number 1 said excitedly. Minor actor number 2 was now full of black lines. How did they find such an idiot to pretend to be a robber? Originally, when they saw the retarded robber in the TV show A World Without Thieves, they thought it was a joke. They didn't expect to meet someone who was even more stupid than him. Cough. Let's solve this man first, then deal with the woman. Minor actor number 2 quickly reminded minor actor number 1 of the purpose of this trip. Right, I almost forgot. The gang said that we have to beat this man up. Minor actor number 1 said as he patted his head and then ran toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming could understand his words, but unfortunately, Zhao Ying didn't understand. She thought that these two people were talking about jargon, so she didn't care. Yang Ming's fighting skills in the past few years were not to be trifled with. He was not only fierce, but also targeted the vital parts. When he saw minor actor number 1 coming toward him, he didn't put him in his eyes at all and kicked him out. Minor actor number 1 had a short stature. Yang Ming's kick landed squarely on his face, causing his nose to bleed immediately. A scream startled everyone present. Yang Ming helplessly patted Zhao Ying next to him and said, It's okay. It turned out that Zhao Ying was shocked when she saw minor actor number 1's bloody face. Chapter 15. Fuck, I'm gonna kill you. Minor actor number 2 wasn't a pushover. He was obviously calmer than minor actor number 1. Minor actor number 2 pulled minor actor number 1 back and said, You watch that woman. Don't let her run away. I'll deal with this guy. All of a sudden, minor actor number 2 jumped twice on the spot and cracked his knuckles as if he was a boxer entering the ring. Looking at his movements, he seemed to be very standard, like a professional boxer. Yang Ming's expression couldn't help but become dignified. Originally, he didn't care about these two people, but now he had to be careful. This person was most likely Jean Gang's classmate in the sports school. Now, he might be a boxer or a coach in a boxing club. Minor actor number 2 suddenly launched a fierce attack, and a fist smashed toward Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming didn't dare to underestimate minor actor number 2. He ducked and dodged minor actor number 2's fist, but he didn't expect this guy to be a fake. When Yang Ming dodged, he immediately pulled back his fist and punched toward Yang Ming's abdomen. Yang Ming didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the fist. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, but Yang Ming didn't even make a sound. But it was a far cry from an iron bar. Back then, Yang Ming was beaten by the hooligans with iron rods, but he still stood up and kicked the leader of the hooligans, scaring the hooligans out of their wits. Yang Ming could still bear this kind of injury. You look like a professional boxer, right? But your strength is very average. Yang Ming sneered. No wonder you changed your profession to robbery. Minor actor number 2 obviously knew the strength of his punch. Seeing that Yang Ming was fine, he couldn't help but be stunned. If it was someone else who was hit by him, it would be so painful that they would even vomit out their intestines. Okay, it's my turn to attack. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he rushed over and kicked minor actor number 2 in the chest. Minor actor number 2 hurriedly leaned his upper body backward, but Yang Ming's legs were off the ground. His upper leg missed, but his lower leg hit minor actor number 2's crotch. This flying kick was something that Yang Ming had learned from the Street Fighter game back in the day. Although it wasn't skillful at all, it was extremely lethal. Yang Ming called it the Yang-style flying kick. Back then, how many opponents had fallen under Yang Ming's flying kicks? Yang Ming's move also had a flaw, and that was after using the move, his body would land on his, but due to inertia, as if he had fallen on his butt. If he hit the opponent, then there would be no problem. Taking advantage of the time when the opponent was injured, Yang Ming could quickly get up, but if he didn't kick, then all his weaknesses would be exposed. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't use this move easily, unless he was very sure. For example, just now, minor actor No. 2 couldn't dodge Yang Ming's move at all, so Yang Ming kicked a second time in an emergency. After Yang Ming sat on the ground, he quickly stood up. Although there was only a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, if the opponent took the initiative, then he could only be beaten. But it was obvious that minor actor number 2 was seriously injured, squatting on the ground while covering his crotch. Gang, help! Minor actor number 1 saw that the heavyweight boxer was beaten down and immediately shouted anxiously. Fuck! Jean Gang cursed secretly. He didn't expect this kid to actually kill the 2 friends he found by chance. He didn't think that Yang Ming had the strength. Yang Ming's flying kick, in his opinion, wasn't a move at all. It was completely a rogue move used in an emergency. He didn't know that Yang Ming had practiced this move for several months. The most annoying thing was that minor actor number 1 actually called out his name. This made Jean Gang in a dilemma. If he went out, it would be equivalent to proving to Zhao Ying that he was the one who planned this. If he didn't go out, then he would have let this kid go for nothing. Jean Gang weighed again and again and decided not to show up. He would find a chance to deal with this kid in the future. Yang Ming saw that Jean Gang didn't come out, so he glanced at the direction of the trash can. He sneered twice and said to Zhao Ying, "Sister Ying, let's go. Don't we need to call the police?" Zhao Ying saw that the 2 criminals were beaten down by Yang Ming, so she wasn't as worried as before. No need. After we call the police, we still have to watch these 2 people here. Otherwise, after we leave, they definitely won't wait here for the police to catch them. Yang Ming didn't want to be troublesome. It wasn't easy to have a chance to be alone with the beautiful teacher. He didn't want to run to the police station to make a statement. That's true. Zhao Ying thought about it and said. She also felt that she didn't lose anything, so she let it go. The 2 people came downstairs of the school's family building. Zhao Ying said, "Yang Ming, you go back. I'll go up by myself." "How can that be? What if we encounter another robber?" Yang Ming actually wanted to go up and sit, but he changed the way he said it. "When I send you to the door, you can't not invite me in." Zhao Ying looked at the dark corridor in association with the 2 vicious robbers just now. Suddenly, her heart was beating like a drum, so she nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you. I said that escorting a beauty home is my duty." Yang Ming took the lead and rushed into the corridor. Before he went in, he deliberately checked from the 1st floor to the 8th floor. There were no creatures, but this couldn't be said. Otherwise, his credit would be lost. Zhao Ying followed behind Yang Ming. Suddenly, she felt that the distance between her and Yang Ming was a lot closer. It was said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. It seemed that this was the case. At least now, Zhao Ying didn't treat Yang Ming as her student, but as a friend and as a younger brother. "Okay, we're here." Zhao Ying saw the floor where she lived. Yang Ming wanted to continue upstairs, so she quickly stopped him. We're here?" Yang Ming didn't expect Zhao Ying to live on the 2nd floor. "I haven't done anything yet, and we're here." "Yeah." Zhao Ying nodded and took out the key from the bag to open the door. Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying didn't invite him in as a guest, and suddenly he was anxious. Seeing that Zhao Ying had opened the door and was about to wave goodbye to him, Yang Ming quickly said, "Sister Ying, do you have a bathroom in your house? I can't hold it anymore." Then Yang Ming didn't wait for Zhao Ying to react. He rushed into the house from Zhao Ying's side and ran in the direction of the bathroom. Chapter 16. The washroom in Zhao Ying's house was easy to recognize. It was right across the hall, so Yang Ming could find it easily. In fact, Yang Ming really wanted to pee. He wanted to pee outside, but Zhao Ying was beside him. He didn't dare to do it. As long as I don't look up, there are latrines everywhere. The light in the washroom was on, so Yang Ming didn't notice. He undid his pants, took out his penis, and started peeing. Just as Yang Ming was enjoying his pee, suddenly there was a click sound beside him. Yang Ming turned his head and saw that the bathroom door in the bathroom was pushed open. Sistering is really amazing. You peed for such a long time. Ah. A young girl with a graceful figure poked her head out of the bathroom teasingly. When she saw that there was a strange man peeing in the bathroom, she was shocked. The moment she screamed, Yang Ming was so scared that he stopped the flow of water. At this moment, Yang Ming was extremely embarrassed. If he just went out like this, he would feel very uncomfortable. I'll continue peeing. There's a woman in the bathroom next door. Damn, I'm a man. Why would I be afraid of being looked at? Yang Ming made up his mind and continued to prepare. Zhao Ying entered the house and saw that the lights were on. She knew that Wang Xiaoyan, who lived with her, was back. So she called out twice and wanted to introduce Yang Ming to her. However, no one answered her after she called out Xiaoyan a few times. Suddenly, she saw that her clothes were all taken off and placed on the chair. She knew that this was bad. This girl must be taking a shower. Then she thought about how Yang Ming ran to the washroom as soon as he entered the house. She was shocked and hurried to the washroom. Yang Ming, because she was anxious, Zhao Ying didn't knock on the door. She opened the door of the washroom. Also because he was anxious, Yang Ming didn't lock the door. At this time, Yang Ming was holding his penis and continued to pee. He was shocked again by Zhao Ying's scream. Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming, who was holding a chicken in his hand, and was stunned speechless. Motherfucker, I'm going to be so scared that I'm going to fall sick. Yang Ming's heart was filled with anger. If they weren't a family, they wouldn't enter the same house. He had just been scared by what was inside, and now he was scared by what was outside. Yang Ming, come out first. Zhao Ying couldn't care less about blushing. She was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would come out naked, so she wanted to get Yang Ming out quickly. Come on, Sister Ying. Don't you know how terrible it feels to be scared back before you can even finish peeing? You're not trying to peek at me peeing, right? Yang Ming said helplessly. Go. Who wants to peek at you? Zhao Ying said. Then hurry up. After that, Zhao Ying quickly closed the door. Yang Ming finally finished peeing. Anyway, he was already broken. He had already been seen by 2 women, so he might as well let go of his pride. After Yang Ming finished peeing, he shook and tied the belt of his pants. Beauty, I'm done. You can come out now. When Yang Ming left, he deliberately knocked on the glass door of the bathroom. Just now, Wang Xiaoyan was wiping her body. Suddenly, she heard the sound of peeing outside the bathroom. She thought that Zhao Ying was back, so she opened the bathroom door and wanted to make fun of her. Then, the scene just now happened. The bathroom door was made of the kind of glass. The people inside couldn't see the outside, and the people outside couldn't see the inside. But even so, Wang Xiaoyan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles inside. She knew that the people outside couldn't see her, but her hands instinctively covered her private parts. In fact, Yang Ming didn't see anything. He only felt that his eyes were white and the bathroom door closed. Wang Xiaoyan didn't look carefully. She only saw the outline of a man. The one who saw it the most clearly was Zhao Ying. She looked for a full minute. Zhao Ying was very shy at this moment. She secretly scolded herself for being a pervert. Just now, she saw him peeing, but she actually looked at his private part a few times. In fact, Zhao Ying was just curious. She had never had a boyfriend before, so she didn't have the opportunity to see a man's private part. Just now, she couldn't help but look at it a few more times. She didn't have any other thoughts. But thinking about it, Zhao Ying felt that her face was burning. She secretly prayed that Yang Ming didn't notice her eyes at that time. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to face him in school in the future. Seeing Yang Ming come out, Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know that Yang Ming had already met with Wang Xiaoyan. Sister Ying, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you're moved by love? Yang Ming didn't care about anything now. Anyway, he had seen it, so he didn't avoid anything. He said what was in his heart. Go to hell. Zhao Ying's face, which had just subsided, immediately turned into a burning cloud. Yang Ming listened to Zhao Ying's almost coquettish reprimand, and his heart moved. Then he saw Zhao Ying's face full of shame. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he was right? Oomph. Zhao Ying also realized that she was wrong. She wanted to put on a stern face and teach Yang Ming a few words, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say it. At this moment, the identity of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying quietly changed in each other's hearts. You go to my room. Soon, Zhao Ying remembered that Wang Xiaoyan was still taking a shower in the bathroom. If she came out, it would be bad. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. In his opinion, Zhao Ying was usually not that kind of open girl. Why did she suddenly ask me to go to her room? Could it be that she just saw my giant cock and wanted to? Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming's perverted expression. After thinking for a while, she realized that her words seemed to be a bit ambiguous, and Yang Ming obviously misunderstood. What are you thinking? Zhao Ying pinched Yang Ming's waist and said, my room is shared. You go to my room first to hide. Hide from what? Zhao Ying couldn't say it out loud. However, Yang Ming was well aware of it. The two mystery lovers with their own thoughts actually cooperated very well. Yang Ming didn't ask anything and flashed into the room that Zhao Ying pointed to him. After closing the door, Yang Ming's heart was beating wildly. I was seen by a woman twice in one night, but I didn't see anything. It's a loss. It's all because the bathroom's glass is opaque. Opaque? Damn, how could I forget to use my special ability? Yang Ming's heart was full of regret. Peeping was shameless in Yang Ming's view, but if someone saw me first and I look back, then it's not peeping. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly used his X-ray vision to look at the scene in the hall outside the door. Chapter 17. He saw Zhao Ying open the bathroom door, then glanced at the room where Yang Ming was. Yang Ming was immediately shocked, thinking that Zhao Ying had discovered his evil deeds. Seeing Zhao Ying turn her head again, Yang Ming was relieved and continued to peep at ease. Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying enter the bathroom and come out after a while, followed by a long-haired beauty wearing only underwear and a bra. Her breasts and buttocks were smaller than Zhao Ying, but they were also very well proportioned. The skin that had just been bathed was crystal clear, like a white tender taro. The front of the lower abdomen was flat, without a trace of fat, and the legs were slender. Even if she didn't wear stockings, she could definitely wear a skirt directly. Yang Ming swallowed his saliva, and his lower body began to stir again. Top-grade beauty! Why didn't I see it clearly just now? Yang Ming wanted to see more clearly, but the beauty had already turned around and walked into her room with her back facing Yang Ming. He saw that under the beauty's right buttocks, there was actually a small butterfly tattoo in this place. Obviously, she wasn't a good person. His grandmother, such a seductive girl. Maybe she was a goods that was ridden by thousands of people. Yang Ming regretted that he didn't directly open the bathroom door. But how could Zhao Ying live with such a woman? With the tattoo on the girl's body, Yang Ming directly put her in the ranks of delinquent girls. With a bang, the opposite door was closed, and Zhao Ying also turned to Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming quickly stood aside and pretended to look at the room. Yang Ming! The door was pushed open, and Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming and couldn't help but be surprised. Halfway through her words, she abruptly stopped. At this moment, Yang Ming bent over to look at a pack of tampons on his bookshelf. In all honesty, Yang Ming just saw Zhao Ying come in, so he casually pretended to look. He didn't notice what was in front of him. However, Zhao Ying was very sensitive to this. The tampons were bought in the supermarket downstairs when she was on her period. When she returned home, she heard Wang Xiaoyan say that this kind of thing may damage her virginity. She was so scared that she quickly asked Wang Xiaoyan for a few tampons. Zhao Ying was reluctant to throw away this pack of tampons. Anyway, the shelf life was 24 months. Maybe one day Wang Xiaoyan had a boyfriend. Zhao Ying prepared to give this to her to use, so she kept it on the bookshelf. What are you looking at? Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming was still looking at the tampons in front of him with interest, and he didn't avoid her entering the room. I'm just looking. Yang Ming didn't realize that his behavior had made Zhao Ying furious. However, since Zhao Ying asked him what he was looking at, Yang Ming's eyes subconsciously stopped on the object in front of him, a high-grade tampon. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. This time, I've overreached myself. If Xiaoying thinks that I have a special hobby, then I'm done for. However, Yang Ming was worthy of being Yang Ming. His reaction was super strong. Yang Ming calmly picked up the pack of tampons from the bookshelf, turned around, and said to Zhao Ying, Sister Ying, "You have medicine here? I just got punched. I just checked and found a bruise on my body." Then he waved the tampon in his hand and continued, "I see that there is a pack of tampon here. It's just right to apply medicine." Huh. This time it was Zhao Ying's turn to be embarrassed. He actually used that thing as medicine. Did he really not understand what it was for? Zhao Ying had some doubts, but when she saw that Yang Ming's expression wasn't unnatural, she believed it. Thinking about it, tampons weren't very popular. It wasn't as well known as sanitary pads. It was normal for a big guy like him not to know about it. It's expired. I'll find another tampon for you." Zhao Ying grabbed the tampon in Yang Ming's hand and said, "I don't think so. I think it wasn't opened. Can you let me see the production date?" As Yang Ming said this, he wanted to take back the tampon. Zhao Ying wouldn't let him succeed. She blushed and threw the pack of tampons into the closet. She closed the closet door and said, "You don't have to look. I bought it. How can I not know?" Yang Ming was just making a gesture. He didn't really want to take it back. Seeing Zhao Ying's anxious reaction, he found it funny. But on the surface, he still pretended to be indifferent. Zhao Ying was afraid that he would go through her things again, so she didn't dare to close the door. She ran to the hall to find a first aid kit and hurried back. "Where you hurt? Let me see." Zhao Ying took out the medicinal wine and the real tampon and asked, "Ugh, I'll do it myself." Yang Ming pointed to his belly and said embarrassedly, "Hurry up and take off your clothes. You're shy. You don't need to be afraid of treatment." Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming was still unmoved. She was a little annoyed and blurted out without thinking, "I've seen that part of you. Are you afraid of seeing your belly?" Yang Ming looked at the beautiful teacher in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. "Isn't this a bit too ambiguous? We're siblings. It's nothing to see," Zhao Ying explained calmly. "Then I can look at you too?" Although Yang Ming's expression was stunned, his mind wasn't blank. His reaction was still very fast. "You can't. I'm the older sister. You're the younger brother. It's natural for the older sister to look at the younger brother," Zhao Ying argued. Oh, Yang Ming knew that the impact on Zhao Ying tonight was big enough. He was really afraid that Zhao Ying would be stimulated, so he didn't argue. He obediently took off his coat and pulled up his sweater. So serious. Zhao Ying looked at the blood clot on Yang Ming's abdomen and exclaimed. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Nonsense. That guy obviously trained in boxing. How could it not be serious if he was hit? However, this kind of injury was a common occurrence for the Yang Ming in the past. Zhao Ying dipped the cotton in the medicinal wine and carefully wiped Yang Ming's wound. Zhao Ying accidentally used a little more force. Yang Ming felt pain. His abdominal muscles tightened and showed a quadripartite shape. "I couldn't tell. You have muscles," Zhao Ying teased. "You think it was a coincidence that I just beat those two guys?" Yang Ming said proudly. "You were beaten like this, and you still gritted your teeth and pretended. Zhao Ying said halfway. She felt that this word wasn't good for a girl to say. Gritted teeth and pretended, right? Yang Ming said, "At least I can still pretend. Those two people can't even pretend." Chapter 18. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, you have to be careful of Jean Gang's revenge in the future. Zhao Ying closed the first aid kit and was about to send it back when she suddenly stopped and said as if she had thought of something. "Jean Gang? Why?" Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and asked. But in his heart, he was thinking, could it be that Zhao Ying had already seen through the things that happened tonight? "Nothing, I was just guessing. Anyway, you just have to be careful." Zhao Ying didn't dare to be sure, so she said vaguely. When she met the robbers, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Later on, when she returned home, she felt that something was wrong. The staff residence that she lived in was only a few hundred meters away from the school, and the road in the middle was only connected to the school. In other words, besides the school staff who went to work every day and the staff's family members who lived in the building, no one else would pass by. And these people had a fixed time to go to work, and like today, no one would pass by here. If the robbers had done a detailed investigation, they wouldn't have chosen to rob here at this time. But it couldn't be ruled out that these robbers were randomly walking around here. The most important thing was that the short and fat robber kept saying that he was sent by a gang. Who was this gang? Could be Jean Gang? Once she thought of Jean Gang, Zhaoying felt that it was very possible. Only he knew that she would come back very late from tutoring the students, so he hid there in advance. But what was King Kong's motive for doing this? Zhaoying couldn't understand. She usually didn't read any web novels, so how could she association for a hero saving the damsel in distress plot? So even though Zhaoying was only guessing, she didn't dare to be sure. She also didn't say too much to Yangming. And Yangming's heart was like a mirror, so he didn't ask too much. Both of them had a tacit understanding, and both of them were getting more and more in sync. After Wang Xiaoyan returned to her room, she didn't come out again. It was unknown whether it was because she was angry or shy, or she had already gone to bed. Yangming did not ask further. Obviously, Zhaoying did not know what had happened between the two of them. Otherwise, she would have questioned him. After applying the medicine, Yangming felt that it was almost time. If he stayed any longer, Zhaoying would think that he had ulterior motives. In fact, he did have ulterior motives. However, he couldn't let the person he was after see any clues, so Yangming said, "Sistering, it's getting late. I'll go back first." Okay. You can ride back later. Be careful on the road and don't stop." Zhaoying instructed. "I understand." Yangming nodded, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if Jean Gang wanted to take revenge, he needed to have the strength to do so. Yangming looked at the Phoenix brand 28 bicycle that had been smashed into a pile of scrap iron, and his hair stood up. "Motherfucker," Yangming cursed. There was no doubt that it was Jean Gang and the two extras who had done it, even if they used their toes to think. Damn it, they couldn't beat me, so they used this dirty trick behind my back. Yangming swore to the corpse of the bicycle that the next time he saw these people, he would definitely ride them as if they were bicycles. It was really fucking bad luck. Yangming carried the broken bicycle and walked home. Why did he have to carry it back when it was broken? Nonsense. He could sell it for 10 yuan if he sold it. Yangming was reluctant to throw it away. Yangming searched with his eyes all the way, but did not find Jean Gang and the others. It seemed that they ran away after finishing the case. When he got home, Yangming's parents were not worried because Yangming had already told them in advance that he would go to tutoring at night. The bicycle was broken. Yangming did not dare to say that it was because of the fight. He just made up a reason that when he was going home at night, a small truck suddenly rushed from behind and knocked him down. He only suffered some superficial injuries, but the bicycle was broken. Because it was dark, the small truck ran away directly after the accident. In this way, even the broken glasses had an explanation. Yang's father and Mother Yang saw the bruise on Yangming's abdomen and did not doubt it. They just sighed and cursed the driver for being wicked. They also felt lucky that Yangming's people were fine. They just comforted him that the road was too dangerous. It was better that the bicycle was broken, so he would not ride it in the future. Anyway, the school was not far from home, so he could just walk there. This week, Yangming went to Zhaoying's place every night to tutor mathematics. Jean Gang did not come to harass him again. Yangming could finish most of the exercises that Zhaoying gave to him. Only a few difficult ones. Yangming would ask Chen Mingyan. At first, Chen Mingyan was still a bit shy, but after a few times, she found that Yangming really came to ask her questions. Moreover, the questions were very roundabout. It did not seem like he was deliberately taking the opportunity to talk to her. When Chen Mingyan saw that Yangming's questions were in order of each chapter, she knew that he had started to study seriously. So Chen Mingyan let go of her pride and explained to him seriously every time. Yangming was happy. The little beauty explained to him during the day, and the big beauty tutored him at night. He was so happy that he could almost write a book, My Little Beauties. But someone was not happy, and that person was Wang Jitao. He saw that his wife was sitting with another guy every day, so he was angry. At first, Wang Jitao thought that Yang Ming just wanted to find a good student to explain to him. So he ordered a good student from his department to explain to Yang Ming. He came in front of Yang Ming and said, "If you have any questions in the future, just ask me directly. You don't have to thank me." Then he went back to his seat and waited for Yang Ming to ask him. After waiting for a long time, Yang Ming did not come. He looked back and found that Yang Ming went to Chen Mingyin's side again. He suddenly became angry. "Yang Ming, I am kindly explaining to you. Why don't you come over?" Yang Ming did not even look at him and scolded, "Idiot! You think you are a beauty like our Yonyan." Chen Mingyin heard Yang Ming's words, but she was not angry. She said to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, how can you scold people like that? He is being kind." "Kind? He is obviously Wang Jitao's lackey. He saw that I was sticking to you all day, so he used such a trick to get rid of me," Yang Ming said disdainfully. Chen Mingyin thought it was funny. Even if he wanted to get rid of you, he would still explain to you. "How is that a trick?" Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyin did not speak, so he pretended to be sad and said, "I know. You definitely don't like me asking you questions. Look at Wang Jitao's lackey. If I ask him questions, he might deliberately give me the wrong answer. Forget it. I am not a learning material anyway. I will not stick to you in the future." Chapter 19. Chen Mingyin was kind-hearted, and she was happy for Yang Ming when she saw him study hard these days. After hearing what he said in association with Wang Jitao's jealous look these days, he might really be like what Yang Ming said and deliberately said the wrong thing. Chen Mingyin couldn't bear to see Yang Ming give up after a few days, so she blurted out, "I didn't say that I don't like you." "Huh?" Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyin to confess to him. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open like a toad that ate swan meat. Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. What's wrong with him? Chen Mingyin thought for a long time and suddenly realized that there was something wrong with what she just said. No wonder Yang Ming misunderstood. So she glared at him and said, "What I mean is that I like you to ask questions. If you continue to misunderstand, I will ignore you." "Ah, hee, haha, I didn't misunderstand. I was just excited." Yang Ming scratched his head and also felt that he misunderstood. After a few days of contact, Chen Mingyin had a deeper understanding of Yang Ming. She found that Yang Ming didn't have any bad intentions except for his flowery words. He was also very smart. He often understood the questions that she explained to him and could draw inferences about other things. Every time after solving a question, Yang Ming consciously guided Chen Mingyin to talk about family matters. But they didn't talk much. Not only did this not make Chen Mingyin feel disgusted, but it also made her have a better impression of Yang Ming. "By the way, Yonyan, is your father very ugly?" After a few days of Yang Ming's shamelessness and stubbornness, Chen Mingyin finally accepted the nickname Yonyan. There was no other way. You could correct him once or 10 times, but you couldn't correct him 100 times or 1,000 times. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was thinking that Wang Jitao could only call her Mingyin, while he would directly call her Yonyan. Let's see who's closer to her. "Ah, my father? Ugly?" Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming inexplicably, not understanding what he meant. If what he meant was that like father, like son, then what he meant was that he was ugly as well. However, Yang Ming always called her a little beauty. Moreover, she also knew what she looked like. Even if she wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, she was still outstanding. What did Yang Ming mean by that? "You won't admit it? Then tell me why you are called Chen Mingyin?" Yang Ming asked. "What does my name have to do with what my father looks like?" Chen Mingyin was even more confused. "Your father's surname is also Chen, right?" Yang Ming continued to ask. "Nonsense. If my father's surname isn't Chen, then is yours?" Chen Mingyin said angrily. "I hope that my father's surname is also Chen." Yang Ming said seriously. "What do you mean?" Chen Mingyin asked. "My father-in-law's surname is Chen," Yang Ming explained. "If you continue to talk nonsense, I'm really going to ignore you," Chen Mingyin said with a red face. "Hee, isn't this just a thought? If you don't agree, then it's useless even if I think about it." Yang Ming laughed. Let me tell you, don't always think about those useless things. Your task now is to study hard and enter university. It won't be too late to think about these things when the time comes. Chen Mingyan reprimanded. Then you mean that if I enter university, you will let me consider it? Yang Ming continued to ask. What does this have to do with me? Chen Mingyan asked. Of course it has to do with you. You're my father-in-law's daughter. Oh no, my future father-in-law's daughter. Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan was helpless. How could there be such an indomitable person who kept asking the same question over and over again? If you can enter the same university as me, then I will consider it. On one hand, Chen Mingyan didn't want to continue to be entangled with Yang Ming on this issue. On the other hand, she wanted to give Yang Ming a motivation to study hard. Anyway, it was just a consideration and not a promise. Then you mean that if I enter the same university as you, you'll promise me? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. Consideration and promise were two different concepts. Who said promise? I only said consider giving you a chance to pursue me. Chen Mingyan was almost confused by Yang Ming's words. She had to take a step back and give him some benefits. Okay, then it's settled. I am your number one pursuer. Without my permission, others who pursue you have to be behind. Yang Ming was the best at making things up. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes. Do others need your permission to pursue me? Are you my parent? Thinking of her parent, Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered Yang Ming's question just now. She asked, You haven't said why my dad is ugly. Oh yeah, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. You have led me astray. Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. I have led you astray? Chen Mingyan wanted to explain, but she held it in. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, Yang Ming would lead her to another sensitive topic. You see, your dad's surname is Chun, right? Yang Ming asked. This time, Chen Mingyan learned her lesson. She just nodded and didn't dare to say anything else. The word yin in the dictionary means beautiful. Chen Mingyan and Chun Mingyan together means that everyone with the surname Chun wants to be beautiful even in their dreams. From this, it can be seen that your dad must be very ugly. Yang Ming said decisively. Chen Mingyan was completely petrified. Since she was young, no one had ever explained her name like this. Wang Jitao saw that his plan didn't work. He thought to himself, Yang Ming, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Abayu, I am Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao walked to a corner where there was no one and made a phone call. Wang, what's your order? Abayu, the driver on the other side of the phone, said respectfully. It's the matter I told you last time. Find a few people from the underworld and teach them a lesson during lunch break. Wang Jitao said, That's the thing I told you last time. It's the classmate who pretended to be pretentious with me. No problem. I will call you after I bring them to school. Abayu said, Find some people who are nimble. Don't cripple him. Just teach him a lesson. Wang Jitao hesitated and said. Wang Jitao hung up the phone and walked back to the class as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Yang Ming with pity. Seducing my woman, I will turn you into a pig head. At this moment, Yang Ming didn't realize that he was being targeted. After chatting with Chen Mingyan, he was ready to go home for lunch. Just as Yang Ming turned around and left the classroom, Wang Jitao's phone rang. Everything is ready. Wang Jitao heard Bayu's voice and revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 20. Brother Biao, who do you want us to take care of? A long-haired young man threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. I haven't seen him before, but my young master has sent his picture to my phone with MMS. I will go and recognize him in a while. Watch my hand signal. Come over when I wave. Abayu put on his sunglasses. He was Wang Jitao's driver. He often appeared at the school gate. He didn't want to be recognized. No problem. The long-haired young man nodded. This long-haired young man was Zhang Yuliang. A while ago, he was hospitalized by Yang Ming. 3 days ago, he was discharged with Huang Mao. The medical fees were a lot, and the money on hand was spent. Just as he was worried, Zhang Biao found the two brothers and asked them to teach a student a lesson. He promised to give them 1,000 yuan afterwards. When Zhang Yuliang heard this, he agreed without even thinking. Wasn't it just teaching a student a lesson? Wouldn't that be an easy task? Your name is Yang Ming, right? Zhang Biao found Yang Ming among the crowd walking out of the school gate by comparing the MMS photo on his mobile phone. Yeah, who are you? Yang Ming looked at the man in sunglasses in front of him. I don't know him. It's you. Someone asked me to tell you to stop. Don't be too fucking arrogant. Zhang Biao waved his hand behind him and signaled Zhang Yuliang to come over. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Biao like he was looking at an idiot. Are you crazy? Who are you? Zhang Biao ignored him. He moved aside and waited to see Zhang Yuliang's wonderful performance. Fuck you. Zhang Yuliang rushed in front of Yang Ming. He saw that the person in front of him was the person who sent him to the hospital a few days ago. He held back the word mother. Huang Mao also saw that the person they were going to teach was Yang Ming. He looked more painful than Zhang Yuliang. Teach him a lesson? I will thank the gods if he doesn't beat me up again. Huang Mao trembled and begged for mercy. Brother Yang, it's you. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. We were just thinking of apologizing to you. Zhang Yuliang reacted quickly. It doesn't seem like it. The big brother with the sunglasses said that he was looking for you to teach me a lesson. Yang Ming smiled. How can it? Fuck. Who dares to touch Brother Yang unless they're fucking tired of living? Zhang Yuliang said abruptly. That's right, Brother Liang and I. Brother Liang just came here to see you. We came here as soon as we were discharged from the hospital. The yellow-haired man echoed. Just got out? I see that you two haven't stayed in the hospital enough. You want to go in and stay? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. Hey, no. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. I'll treat Brother Yang to a meal another day. Zhang Yuliang wanted to avoid Yang Ming, the god of plague, so he wanted to leave. AI. I say, you two, what are you waiting for? Beat him up. Zhang Biao saw that the two were leaving after a few words. He was anxious. Brother Biao, we don't want the 1,000 yuan. You should find someone else. Zhang Yuliang waved his hand and said, That won't do. You promised me. Zhang Biao was anxious. He had already promised Wang Jitao. Now that these two people were quitting at the last minute, how was he going to explain it to Wang Jitao? You motherfucker, call me again and I'll kill you. Huang Mao was also anxious. He was afraid of Yang Ming, but he wasn't afraid of Zhang Biao. Isn't he just a driver? What's so badass about it? This. Zhang Biao didn't know what to do. Although these gangsters weren't very capable, it was troublesome enough to provoke them. Zhang Biao looked at Yang Ming with resentment. He snorted and left. Wait. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Yuliang was leaving, so he quickly stopped him. Brother Yang, is there anything else? Zhang Yuliang heard Yang Ming calling him. Although he was unwilling, he still turned around. Do you know the person just now? Yang Ming was referring to Zhang Biao. Oh, the one with the sunglasses? I don't know him. He found me through a friend and asked us to help him teach someone a lesson. Of course, if we knew it was you, Brother Yang, we wouldn't dare to come even if we were beaten to death. Zhang Yuliang said humbly. Okay, I got it. You guys can go. Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Yuliang. He had to thank Zhang Yuliang. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have gotten the contact lenses with special functions. Yang Ming thought carefully. Who is the one who wants to harm me? After thinking about it, he had a grudge with Zhang Yuliang recently. Looking at the situation today, it definitely wasn't Zhang Yuliang who wanted to cause trouble for him. Who could it be? Wang Jitao. Yang Ming suddenly thought of this person, but he was just a student. Would he find someone from the underworld to deal with him? It didn't seem very possible, right? But who could explain this kind of thing? He was very close to Chen Mengyan these few days. If it was Wang Jitao who saw him, it was possible that he wanted to cause trouble for him. Thinking about this, Yang Ming was ready to find Wang Jitao to verify it. Of course, it was impossible to ask directly, but he could find out from the side. Yang Ming turned back to the classroom. At this time, Wang Jitao was holding his phone, nervously waiting for Zhang Biao's news. When he suddenly saw Yang Ming swagger back to the classroom, he thought that he changed his mind and didn't leave the school. He couldn't help but be anxious. Wang Jitao had already figured out Yang Ming's pattern. Yang Ming would definitely go home for lunch every day after school. So he asked Zhang Biao to find someone to wait for him at the door. But why did Yang Ming come back today? Class monitor, why aren't you going to eat? As soon as Yang Ming entered the classroom, he saw Wang Jitao staring at him with an uncertain expression. He already understood, so he took the initiative to ask, I'm not hungry. Yang Ming, don't you go home for lunch every day? Why are you back? Wang Jitao originally thought that Yang Ming would definitely go out to be beaten. He didn't expect him to come back. His people were still waiting for him outside, so he couldn't help but ask. When Yang Ming heard him say this, he was more certain in his heart. Sure enough, this kid is suspicious. Oh, there's no one at home today, so I won't go home for lunch. Yang Ming made up a story. Not going back. Wang Jitao was stunned. Zhang Biao and the rest were still waiting at the door. Why? Is there a problem? Yang Ming asked deliberately. No problem. Wang Jitao quickly shook his head and said then, I'm going to eat. Goodbye. Wang Jitao wanted to get rid of Yang Ming quickly so that he could go out and call Zhang Biao. He didn't expect Yang Ming to continue. I heard that there's a bun shop opposite the school. It seems to be very delicious. I wanted to ask you for your name. Since you're in a hurry to leave, then forget it. I'll just buy a lunchbox from the school cafeteria. Wang Jitao just took 2 steps when he heard Yang Ming say this. He quickly turned around and said enthusiastically, I'm not in a hurry. The food in the school cafeteria isn't that good. I heard that there are often stones in the rice. I'll tell you how to get to the bun shop. When you leave the school, there's a big warehouse selling bun. Next to it is the Eastern Bun King. The bun, there's the best. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. When did Wang Jitao treat me so enthusiastically? At this moment, Yang Ming was sure that Zhang Yuliang and the rest were most likely found by Wang Jitao. Chapter 21. Really? Thank you. I'll go now. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he heavily patted Wang Jitao's shoulder twice. It seemed like a friendly gesture, but in fact, Yang Ming used a lot of force. Wang Jitao grimaced in pain from the slap. If it was any other time, he would definitely be angry. But now, all he wanted was for Yang Ming to leave the school as soon as possible. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he pretended to be happy. He smiled bitterly and said, You're welcome. Yang Ming laughed and walked out of the classroom. As soon as Yang Ming left, Wang Jitao's phone vibrated. Wang Jitao picked it up and glanced at it. Then he raised his head and looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he pressed the answer button. Hello, I'll buy you. Have you arrived? Wang Jitao lowered his voice and covered his mouth as he spoke softly. Young master, I'm sorry. Zhang Biao immediately apologized. What do you mean? You didn't find anyone? Wang Jitao was confused. He didn't know why Zhang Biao started to apologize as soon as he picked up the phone. No, young master, this Yang Ming isn't simple. The 2 little pawns that I found not only didn't dare to do anything when they saw that the person they were going to beat was him, but they even greeted him with a smile. Zhang Biao complained. How could that be? Wang Jitao was stunned. That's not right. Did you see Yang Ming? Wang Jitao suddenly remembered that Yang Ming had just walked out of the classroom. Definitely. Oh yeah, young master. Yang Ming turned around and went back to school. You have to be careful. Zhang Biao didn't know that Wang Jitao had already seen Yang Ming. Fuck. Wang Jitao hung up the phone. Only then did he realize that Yang Ming had obviously guessed that he was the one who had found the person and had come back to trick him. Thinking of this, Wang Jitao was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Wang Jitao wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Since he couldn't do it openly, he would use underhanded methods. He didn't believe that Yang Ming would be able to hide from him forever. Yang Ming hummed a tune as he walked home. He bumped into Li Dagong, who was coming out of the billiard room. Sure, buddy. Li Dagong's sudden words made Yang Ming stunned. Okay, what? Yang Ming was at a loss. Fuck, you're still pretending. Recently, your grades have been rising sharply. Teacher, Zhao had praised you a few times in our class. Even the usually serious Iron Face, Old Li also praised your progress. Li Dagong said. Iron Face Old Li was Yang Ming's class teacher. He taught biology. He had a straight face all day long, hence his name. Class 7 and Class 8 were opposite classes. The teachers who taught were the same people. Since the last biology test, Yang Ming had repeatedly cheated in exams. His grades were like riding a helicopter. Naturally, he became the model of the hard-working underachiever. Of course, who do you think I am? Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Do you have any secrets to teach me? Li Dagong asked. It's just reading. There's no secret to learning. Yang Ming said perfunctorily. I'm stupid. It's better to kill me than to learn. Forget it. I'm just going to graduate from high school. Then I'll find a job. Li Dagong said with disappointment. Yang Ming saw his expression and almost told him about the glasses. However, he changed his mind. Absolutely not. This secret can't be told to anyone. Otherwise, it might bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. This pair of glasses was only a cheating tool for Yang Ming. But what if it was in the hands of other people? If it was used to commit crimes? Yang Ming didn't dare to imagine. Fortunately, his mouth wasn't that fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's okay. Everyone has their own ambition. Every profession has its own master. Look at Su Peng. He's living a good life now. Some college students don't earn as much as he does. Yang Ming comforted him. You're right. Li Dagong patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, Thank you. Yang Ming was a bit inexplicable. I just comforted him. What's it to thank me for? He didn't know that after Li Dagong heard it, he was suddenly enlightened. The haze in his heart was swept away. Are you going to Su Peng's place in the afternoon? Li Dagong asked. I'm not going. I have to work hard before the college entrance exam. Yang Ming said with a smile. Thinking of Chun Mingyin and Zhao Ying's expectations of him, Yang Ming's mouth curved up slightly. Big Ming, looking at the report card you brought back recently, you improved a lot. Yang's father looked at Yang Ming, who was wolfing down the food on the table, and said, You went to Miss Zhao's place every night to study mathematics. I was discussing with your mother. Should we visit her and buy something for her? It's okay, Dad. Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of rice and said, Miss Zhao isn't that kind of person. How can that be? Miss Zhao contributed a lot to your improvement. How can we not thank her? Yang's father shook his head. It's really okay. Yang Ming wanted to say that Zhao Ying was already his godsister, but he thought about it and didn't say it. He was afraid that his father would have some ideas, so he said, Dad, I will treat Miss Zhao to a meal one day. That's fine too. Yang's father nodded and took out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and put it on the table. He thought about it and took out another one. Then he handed the 200 yuan bill to Yang Ming and said, Find a high-class place. In the afternoon, Wang Jitao didn't find trouble with Yang Ming. Wang Jitao also realized that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Ming's strength. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, but he was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a suitable opportunity. This time, when he failed to teach Yang Ming a lesson, it also aroused the ruthlessness in Wang Jitao's heart. He didn't want to use the rubbish method of looking for small gangsters anymore. He also knew that it was useless against Yang Ming. He was ready to give Yang Ming a fatal blow and get rid of this thorn in his side forever. Of course, this fatal blow wasn't to kill Yang Ming. He didn't have the guts. He wanted to find a way to ruin Yang Ming's reputation. Suddenly, Wang Jitao, who frowned, grinned. It was a kind of sneer. Although Yang Ming knew that the person at noon was found by Wang Jitao, there was no definite evidence, and he didn't take it seriously at all. However, Wang Jitao did something that surprised him. Chapter 25. The skinny man was stunned. When he saw that his accomplice was defeated in 2 moves, he was angry. Kid, which gang are you from? You ruined my business. Yang Ming had already defeated one. At this moment, he had full confidence in his heart. He wasn't afraid. He glanced at the skinny man and said, You didn't follow the rules first. Originally, You could have taken the money and left. We have nothing to do with each other. You forced me to make a move. Kid, you have such a big tone. Then, I will accompany you to practice. The skinny man quickly kicked over. Yang Ming was shocked. This guy looked thin, but his skills weren't weak. He was much more agile than the one with the knife. No wonder he was hit by his punch. It wasn't a coincidence. Although the skinny man was fast, Yang Ming wasn't weak. He had participated in dozens of gangsters before. He was experienced in hundreds of battles. She easily dodged his kick, and then kicked out with a kick of her own. The skinny man quickly stepped back. Yang Ming's kick missed. However, Yang Ming didn't care because the first kick missed was nothing. The ruthless move was the second kick. This was a move that Yang Ming had tried many times. He used it a few days ago when he fought with Jin Gang. However, the skinny man didn't know that. When he saw that Yang Ming's kick missed, he let down his guard. He didn't expect Yang Ming's second kick to follow. Pong! The skinny man saw that Yang Ming's foot landed on his chest. Then, he fell to the ground with a sharp pain. He suddenly saw stars and felt that his lungs were going to explode from the kick. Yang Ming didn't look at him because there was no need to look. After being hit by Yang Ming's flying kick, no one could get up. Yang Ming picked up Zhao Ying's handbag on the ground. He turned around and came to the skinny man's side. He reached into his pocket for a long time and took out a stack of banknotes. Among them was Yang Ming's 200 yuan. Yang Ming estimated that there were about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to take his 200 yuan. However, he thought that this money must be the ill-gotten wealth of these two guys, so he stuffed it into his pocket. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to leave, but he saw the skinny man with blood in his mouth and nose. Yang Ming used all his strength just now. At least a few hundred kilograms of explosive force smashed on the skinny man's chest. It would be strange if there were no internal injuries. Yang Ming saw that this guy looked like a skeleton. He was afraid that if he died, he would become a murderer. So, he thought for a while and came to the IC card phone on the street. He called 110 and said that he saw two injured people lying on the side of the road. Not long after, the sound of a police car could be heard from afar. Yang Ming thought that the efficiency of the police was quite high now. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. Looking at the empty street in front, it seemed that Zhao Ying had escaped far away. Yang Ming shook his head. It wasn't a good thing to be with a beauty. He was robbed twice in a row. Although the first time was because of Jin Gang, in the end, it was because of Zhao Ying's beauty. Just as Yang Ming was looking left and right to find Zhao Ying, Yang Ming suddenly found a person behind the garbage bin not far in front of him. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Do I look like a rich person? Across the garbage bin, Yang Ming took a closer look and couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the person was Zhao Ying. She was carefully poking her head out from behind the garbage bin and looking in his direction. The distance between the two was very far. Yang Ming could see Zhao Ying clearly, but Zhao Ying couldn't see the situation clearly. Yang Ming raised the handbag in his hand and waved it twice, indicating that she was fine. After Zhao Ying confirmed that the alarm had been lifted, she came out from behind the garbage bin and ran to Yang Ming's side. She patted her bulging chest and said, "You scare me to death, Yang Ming. Are you okay?" As she said that, she quickly pulled Yang Ming's arm and asked with concern. Yang Ming stared at Zhao Ying's chest lustfully and muttered, "How good would it be if I patted it twice?" Zhao Ying didn't hear what Yang Ming said, and she couldn't see Yang Ming's expression in the dark. She asked curiously, "What did you say?" "Nothing, Sister Ying. Look, I'm disfigured. What am I going to do if I can't find a wife in the future?" Yang Ming pointed at the bruises on his face and joked. Yang Ming only took a punch this time, and it wasn't as serious as last time. It was just that it was on his face, so it looked more frightening. "Aya!" Zhao Ying saw that half of Yang Ming's face was swollen and exclaimed, "It's so swollen, and you still have the mood to joke." "I'm not joking. I'm concerned about my marriage. A person's face is a tree's bark is a tree's bark. My face has become like this, and I've lost the meaning of life." Yang Ming's face was actually fine. It wouldn't take a night for the swelling to subside. In the past, when he fought with people in the underworld in junior high, it was common for people to use bricks to smash his head into a bloody gourd. However, that was when Yang Ming went out to mingle. Later on, it was Yang Ming who smacked others into a bloody gourd. Yang Ming, can you be more serious? Zhao Ying was a little angry. I already said that I'll be your wife in the future. Let's go to the hospital now, okay? Zhao Ying was anxious and directly said, I'll be your wife in the future. After saying it, she felt that it was inappropriate. She said this sentence on the premise that Yang Ming couldn't find a wife. However, now that she had said it, if she added it, it would seem pretentious. In that case, if Yang Ming felt that she was fooling him and caused a misunderstanding, it wouldn't be good. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't have any special expression, Zhao Ying thought that he didn't understand. Although Yang Ming's language score wasn't good, it didn't mean that his literary level wasn't good. He just didn't understand the meaning of the poem and the meaning of the borrowed words. But he had a lot of research on words and sentences. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refute Zhao Ying until she was speechless every time. He couldn't wait to have a tape recorder next to him. He could record Zhao Ying's sentence as evidence. Then, his marriage would be settled. Little did they know, in this world, how many lovers' vows and vows had turned into fleeting clouds with the passage of time. Then, you have a deal. Yang Ming felt that Zhao Ying wasn't a person who didn't keep her words. It's a deal. Let's go to the hospital. Zhao Ying was anxious about Yang Ming's injury, so she couldn't care less. Why go to the hospital? Let's go to your house. Yang Ming suggested. Go to my house. Why are we going to my house? Zhao Ying was stunned. I just promised this brat. Does he want me to be his wife now? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's face turned red. Chapter 26. Please, I don't need to go to the hospital for such a small injury. I can just go to your house and apply some medicine. Sister Ying, don't tell me you were thinking the wrong way. Yang Ming scratched his head and smiled. What am I thinking about? I'm just worried about you. Zhao Ying was exposed and her face was red. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night, so it wasn't so embarrassing. However, she didn't know that Yang Ming had a panoramic view of Zhao Ying's expression. Dark vision was a piece of cake for the current Yang Ming. This girl is quite shy, Yang Ming thought in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. There was a distance from the house that Zhao Ying rented. When the two people came, they were talking and laughing. But now, because of the incident just now, the two people weren't in the mood to walk. Zhao Ying was worried about Yang Ming's injury, so she stopped a taxi at the front of the street. The two people sat in the back together. Young man, what happened to your face? Did you meet some bad guys? The driver looked at Yang Ming and started the car. Ugh, I just met two robbers. Yang Ming nodded. The security in this area has always been not peaceful. I usually don't drive here at night. I just sent a guest back and saw that you two were a couple. Otherwise, I really didn't dare to pull you. The driver shook his head and said, Couple? Yang Ming and Zhao Ying looked at each other. Yang Ming's eyes couldn't help but have some pride. With such a beautiful woman being recognized as his girlfriend, Yang Ming's vanity was very good. Zhao Ying knew that he was injured now, so she was too lazy to care about this with him. She just rolled her eyes at him. Little girl, I can see that this young man loves you very much. When you are in danger, he can stand up and protect you. This is very rare. A few days ago, I read in the newspaper that a couple was kidnapped. In the end, the man didn't even let out a fart and ran away, leaving his girlfriend there. Sigh. Such a good girl was ruined by those people. The chauffeur said with a sigh, that man is really a good-for-nothing. However, I've seen plenty of such situations. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly separately. Little girl, you have to cherish the happiness in front of you. The driver's sigh made Zhao Ying blush. Recalling that Yang Ming had saved her twice, Zhao Ying's heart couldn't help but sway a little. Yes, as a woman, if there was a man who treated her like this, then she would be satisfied with her life. Sweet words and pledges of eternal love were all pale lies. Only in adversity could one see the true feelings. Zhao Ying suddenly felt that Yang Ming was a person who was worthy of being trusted for life. Thinking that she had promised to be his wife, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhao Ying suddenly shook her head. What am I thinking? He is my student, and he is younger than me. Maybe after he graduates, he will forget about me, and today's words will only be taken as a joke. Zhao Ying didn't say anything, but Yang Ming said casually, Big brother driver, my girlfriend is too attractive. To tell you the truth, this is the second time. The little girl is beautiful, so you can't blame her. Just come out as little as possible at night. The driver said, Right, this is my business card. It seems that you and I are quite compatible. In the future, if you go out at night, just call me and I'll pick you up. No matter how ruthless the criminals are, they wouldn't dare to touch a car, right? Yang Ming took the business card and looked at it. On it was written, Songjiang City Xuanfa Taxi Company, driver Sun Kun. Brother Sun, thank you. Sometimes it is hard to get a taxi at night. Yang Ming kept the business card and thanked him. My friends call me Brother Cohen. You can call me that too. This is the place you said, right here. Sun Cohen stopped the car at the entrance of Zhao Ying's neighborhood. How much? Yang Ming made a fortune today, so he naturally didn't care about the fare. I will pay, Zhao Ying said as she opened her handbag to take out her wallet. Forget it. It is not far, less than 2 kilometers. Sister-in-law, quickly go back and apply medicine for this little brother. Sun Cohen waved his hand and lifted the meter. Thank you, Brother Cohen. When Yang Ming heard Sun Cohen call him sister-in-law, he knew that Sun Cohen was a forthright person. If he continued to push him, it would be inappropriate. So, he nodded and thanked him. Brother Cohen, my name is Yang Ming. I am a student of Songjiang No. 4 High School. Come and visit me when you are free. Of course. I like your character very much. I will drink with you another day, Sun Cohen said. That's a promise. I could drink a lot. Yang Ming smiled. When Zhao Ying heard the word drink, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Yang Ming was her student, but her identity in front of Sun Cohen was Yang Ming's girlfriend. So, she couldn't say anything. She just pinched Yang Ming's waist. This pain made Yang Ming grit his teeth. When Sun Cohen drove away, he shouted, Let go. Are you a crab? Don't you know that I am injured? When Zhao Ying heard Yang Ming say this, she quickly let go of her hand. But she thought that something was wrong. Yang Ming's face was injured, but his waist wasn't injured. She knew that she was cheated by him. Zhao Ying learned her lesson last time. This time, she didn't use the key to open the door directly. Instead, she knocked on the door. After a while, Yang Ming heard a pleasant female voice. Obviously, it was Wang Xiaoyan who lived with Zhao Ying. If Yang Ming hadn't seen her tattoo that looked like a delinquent girl, he would have thought that she was a very pure girl just by hearing such a clear voice. Xiaoyan, it's me. Open the door, Zhao Ying said. Sister Ying, it's you. Why didn't you bring the key? After saying that, the door opened. Wang Xiaoyan was only wearing a tight pink vest and a pair of light yellow underwear. Her hands were constantly on her mouth as she yawned. She said with sleepy eyes, Sister Ying, I was asleep. You woke me up again. Yang Ming looked at the scene in front of him and felt his blood boil. Wang Xiaoyan's petite body was wrapped in 2 thin pieces of cloth. Not only was it not covered, but it also outlined a perfect curve. The most terrible thing was that this little devil didn't wear a bra at all. Under the vest, the 2 protruding points were faintly visible. Zhao Ying was now full of black lines. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would have taken the key and opened the door herself. Last time, Wang Xiaoyan was bathing. Although Yang Ming went to the bathroom, he couldn't see anything through the bathroom's glass. This time, everything was exposed. The most terrible thing was that Wang Xiaoyan didn't realize that a man was standing in front of her. Chapter 27. Yeah, what's wrong? Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying's expression and asked strangely, Is this your towel? I'm just using it. You can't be so stingy, right? When he passed by a few bars near his home, he heard the deafening howling. It's so late yet so loud. Isn't this disturbing? Yang Ming stopped and looked at the bar with disgust. Then, He turned around and wanted to continue walking forward. Suddenly, he was pulled by someone. "What are you doing?" Yang Ming thought, "If I want to look at you, it's useless even if you cover it up. It's useless even if you close the door." Yang Ming had already determined that Wang Xiaoyan was a delinquent girl in his heart, so he couldn't bear to see her pure and innocent appearance. "Yang Ming, are you done? Why are you so slow, Zhaoing pointed at the towel Yang Ming used to wipe his face and opened her mouth wide. "Big brother," Zhaoing thought, "you're not afraid of being seen by me, but there are other people in front of you. Xiaoyan, my friend is here. If you're not afraid to look, then so be it." "Big brother, you want to—" The girl stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. "Sister Ing, you can't blame me. Besides, I didn't see anything." Yang Ming looked at the angry Zhao Ying and explained helplessly. Yang Ming thought, "I've already told my family that I'll treat you to dinner today. It's okay to go back a little later. But the key problem is, what about my face? If I go back like this, I'll inevitably be questioned again." "What's the matter?" Yang Ming asked strangely. "You go to the bathroom and wash your face. I'll apply the medicine for you. It's already 10 o'clock. If you don't go back now, your family will be worried." Zhaoing looked at her watch and said worriedly, "Oomph." Wang Xiaoyan snorted coldly. She covered her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other. She quickly ran into her bedroom and slammed the door shut with a bang. Yang Ming turned around and found that the person who pulled him was a girl with delicate features. She was wearing a school uniform. Zhao Ying saw Wang Xiaoyan running back to the bedroom. She shook her head and thought, "How many times have I said it? This little girl just ignored it. This time, let's see if you learn your lesson next time. What else do you want to see?" Zhao Ying pointed her finger at Yang Ming's forehead. "Speak the truth. Xiaoyan, why is it you again? Did you know each other before?" Yang Ming didn't know about this. He was just complacent because he used Zhao Ying's towel. If he knew the truth, he didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. "How?" "I was wondering." Yang Ming directly played dumb. Yang Ming came to the bathroom and saw the empty bathroom. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. His mind flashed with the image of Wang Xiaoyan's delicate figure bathing. His lower body began to stir again. Yang Ming quickly turned on the cold water and washed his face. He picked up a pink towel on the towel rack and wiped his face. The towel still exuded a faint and pleasant smell of a girl's body. Yang Ming couldn't help but sniff for a while. Zhao Ying applied the medicine to reduce swelling on Yang Ming's face. Although the injury looked terrible, it was not half as bad as last time. Yang Ming wanted to sit for a while, but he saw that Zhao Ying was yawning again and again. He got up and said goodbye. Girls generally paid more attention to personal hygiene. They usually separated the towels used to wipe their face, feet, and lower body very carefully. This pink towel was used by her to wipe her lower body. Yang Ming actually used it to wipe his face. Zhao Ying felt shy. Wasn't this the same as sticking her lower body to his face? Yang Ming's bicycle was gone, and there were very few empty cars in the vicinity. Yang Ming could only walk home like last time. Zhao Ying didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, Wang Xiaoyan and he usually didn't interact. Zhao Ying thought that maybe when Yang Ming came last time, Wang Xiaoyan peeked through the door and saw Yang Ming's appearance. "I'm so sleepy. I can't even open my eyes." Wang Xiaoyan still slowly walked forward. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying came in. He was embarrassed to take the towel and smell it. He pretended that he had just finished wiping his face and hung the towel back. "Xiaoyan, why don't you put on your clothes at home?" Zhao Ying anxiously stomped her feet. This Wang Xiaoyan was too careless. A big man was standing in front of her, but she didn't see it. She was still twisting and turning there to show off. "It's me, beauty. You should say how old are you? Why is it always you?" Yang Ming smiled and stretched out his right hand to greet Wang Xiaoyan. He thought, "Aren't you just a little girl? Let me see what I can do. Who knows how many men you've been ridden by? You just used that to wipe your face?" Zhao Ying asked with a strange expression. "Spend the night with me?" Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be. This little girl is a support girl? Looking at her pure appearance, Yang Ming couldn't believe that she was a young lady. But then he remembered that little girl, Wang Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. His mother, these days the more pure things look, the more lewd they are. Sistering, it's already midnight. I've already slept. Why are you still wearing clothes? Besides, I'm not afraid of being seen. Wang Xiaoyan continued to stagger forward. What do you want to say to me? If it weren't for Yang Ming seeing that she was a beauty, he would have been impatient. He would be in a hurry to go home. I want to ask you, do you want to find me to accompany you, to spend the night with you? The girl stammered. Her small face was completely red. No, actually I forget it, it's nothing. Zhao Ying felt that her face was a little hot. She began to speak incoherently. Sistering, why haven't you come in yet? Wang Xiaoyan didn't even look at Zhao Ying. She turned around and walked to her bedroom. Her round little butt swayed, making Yang Ming's heart jump. When Zhao Ying heard the conversation between the two, she found it strange and funny at the same time. What she didn't understand was that Wang Xiaoyan seemed to know Yang Ming. There was no reason. Last time when Yang Ming came, she didn't come out of her room. Sistering, you're talking nonsense. Who would come this late? Just halfway through the sentence, Wang Xiaoyan seemed to feel that something was wrong. She woke up a little and quickly turned around. Why is it you again? Chapter 28. Yeah, what's wrong? Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying's expression and asked strangely, Is this your towel? I'm just using it. You can't be so stingy, right? When he passed by a few bars near his home, he heard the deafening howling. It's so late yet so loud. Isn't this disturbing? Yang Ming stopped and looked at the bar with disgust. Then, he turned around and wanted to continue walking forward. Suddenly, he was pulled by someone. What are you doing? Yang Ming thought, if I want to look at you, it's useless even if you cover it up. It's useless even if you close the door. Yang Ming had already determined that Wang Xiaoyan was a delinquent girl in his heart, so he couldn't bear to see her pure and innocent appearance. Yang Ming, are you done? Why are you so slow, Zhao Ying pointed at the towel Yang Ming used to wipe his face and opened her mouth wide. Big brother, Zhao Ying thought, you're not afraid of being seen by me, but there are other people in front of you. Xiaoyan, my friend is here. If you're not afraid to look, then so be it. Big brother, you want to... The girl stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Sistering, you can't blame me. Besides, I didn't see anything. Yang Ming looked at the angry Zhao Ying and explained helplessly. Yang Ming thought, I've already told my family that I'll treat you to dinner today. It's okay to go back a little later. But the key problem is, what about my face? If I go back like this, I'll inevitably be questioned again. What's the matter? Yang Ming asked strangely. You go to the bathroom and wash your face. I'll apply the medicine for you. It's already 10 o'clock. If you don't go back now, your family will be worried. Zhao Ying looked at her watch and said worriedly, Wang Xiaoyan snorted coldly. She covered her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other. She quickly ran into her bedroom and slammed the door shut with a bang. Yang Ming turned around and found that the person who pulled him was a girl with delicate features. She was wearing a school uniform. Zhao Ying saw Wang Xiaoyan running back to the bedroom. She shook her head and thought, how many times have I said it? This little girl just ignored it. This time, let's see if you learn your lesson next time. What else do you want to see? Zhao Ying pointed her finger at Yang Ming's forehead. Speak the truth. Xiaoyan, why is it you again? Did you know each other before? Yang Ming didn't know about this. He was just complacent because he used Zhao Ying's towel. If he knew the truth, he didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. How? I was wondering. Yang Ming directly played dumb. Yang Ming came to the bathroom and saw the empty bathroom. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. His mind flashed with the image of Wang Xiaoyan's delicate figure bathing. His lower body began to stir again. Yang Ming quickly turned on the cold water and washed his face. He picked up a pink towel on the towel rack and wiped his face. The towel still exuded a faint and pleasant smell of a girl's body. Yang Ming couldn't help but sniff for a while. Zhao Ying applied the medicine to reduce swelling on Yang Ming's face. Although the injury looked terrible, it was not half as bad as last time. Yang Ming wanted to sit for a while, but he saw that Zhao Ying was yawning again and again. He got up and said goodbye. Girls generally paid more attention to personal hygiene. They usually separated the towels used to wipe their face, feet, and lower body very carefully. This pink towel was used by her to wipe her lower body. Yang Ming actually used it to wipe his face. Zhao Ying felt shy. Wasn't this the same as sticking her lower body to his face? Yang Ming's bicycle was gone, and there were very few empty cars in the vicinity. Yang Ming could only walk home like last time. Zhao Ying didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. After all, Wang Xiaoyan and he usually didn't interact. Zhao Ying thought that maybe when Yang Ming came last time, Wang Xiaoyan peeked through the door and saw Yang Ming's appearance. I'm so sleepy. I can't even open my eyes. Wang Xiaoyan still slowly walked forward. What's wrong? Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying came in. He was embarrassed to take the towel and smell it. He pretended that he had just finished wiping his face and hung the towel back. Xiaoyan, why don't you put on your clothes at home? Zhao Ying anxiously stomped her feet. This Wang Xiaoyan was too careless. A big man was standing in front of her, but she didn't see it. She was still twisting and turning there to show off. It's me, beauty. You should say how old are you? Why is it always you? Yang Ming smiled and stretched out his right hand to greet Wang Xiaoyan. He thought, aren't you just a little girl? Let me see what I can do. Who knows how many men you've been ridden by? You just use that to wipe your face? Zhao Ying asked with a strange expression. Spend the night with me? Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be. This little girl is a support girl? Looking at her pure appearance, Yang Ming couldn't believe that she was a young lady. But then he remembered that little girl, Wang Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. His mother, these days the more pure things look, the more lewd they are. Sister Ying, it's already midnight. I've already slept. Why are you still wearing clothes? Besides, I'm not afraid of being seen. Wang Xiaoyan continued to stagger forward. What do you want to say to me? If it weren't for Yang Ming seeing that she was a beauty, he would have been impatient. He would be in a hurry to go home. I want to ask you, do you want to find me to accompany you, to spend the night with you? The girl stammered. Her small face was completely red. No, actually I forget it, it's nothing. Zhao Ying felt that her face was a little hot. She began to speak incoherently. Sister Ying, why haven't you come in yet? Wang Xiaoyan didn't even look at Zhao Ying. She turned around and walked to her bedroom. Her round little butt swayed, making Yang Ming's heart jump. When Zhao Ying heard the conversation between the two, she found it strange and funny at the same time. What she didn't understand was that Wang Xiaoyan seemed to know Yang Ming. There was no reason. Last time when Yang Ming came, she didn't come out of her room. Sister Ying, you're talking nonsense. Who would come this late? Just halfway through the sentence, Wang Xiaoyan seemed to feel that something was wrong. She woke up a little and quickly turned around. Why is it you again? Chapter 29. Dad, I really treated Ying. Miss Xiao to dinner. Yang Ming didn't cover his face anymore. At this moment, Yang Ming's face was no longer swollen, but there were still some bruises. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Jiyun didn't notice it just now, but now that the lights in the living room were shining, it could be seen as long as one paid attention. You still dare to lie? You really pissed me off. Then, what happened to your face? Yang's father asked agitatedly. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. As long as you know how to admit it, it's fine. But you actually quibbled with me. My child's father, don't be so agitated. There may be some misunderstanding. Mother Yang quickly mediated. What misunderstanding? Was the bruise on his face caused by a car accident? Yang's father sneered. Little brat, don't think that I don't know. I thought it was strange last time. I looked for a mechanic to check your bicycle. He said that it wasn't caused by a car accident, but was smashed by someone. Then I saw that you were studying hard, so I didn't expose you. I didn't expect you to lie to me again and again. Yang Ming finally knew why his father was so angry. It was because the previous incident had been exposed. Yang Ming didn't hide it anymore. He told his parents about the robbers on the road. Is what you said true? According to what you said, you met robbers last time and this time. Isn't that a coincidence? You can even win the lottery with this probability? Yang's father obviously didn't believe that a person could encounter robbers twice in a row. Yang Ming said in his heart. The nature of these two groups was different, but he couldn't explain it. He just nodded and said, "In fact, it is like this. Do you think that I will believe it? You have lied to me once, and now you come up with such a lame reason to fool me?" Yang's father's face was very ugly. "Right? I have Miss Zhao's phone number. Dad, if you don't believe it, you can call Miss Zhao." Yang Ming suddenly thought that Zhao Ying could testify for him. Yang's father looked at Mother Yang. Mother Yang nodded. Yang's father turned his head and said, "Well, then you can call her." Yang Ming took out the phone book and found Zhao Ying's phone number. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed it. After the ringtone for a while, Zhao Ying's lazy voice came over the phone. "Hello? Hello? Miss Zhao, I am to say, Yang Ming was Sister Ying's name. He almost called her wrong several times." "Yang Ming? Why are you calling me so late at night? Don't you know that your sister is sleeping?" Zhao Ying's exasperated voice came over. "Miss Zhao, my face is injured. My dad thought that I was fighting with others. He didn't believe that I met a robber. So please explain to him." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, the phone was taken away by Yang's father. "Miss Zhao, I am Yang Ming's parent." It's like this. Yang's father hung up the phone, and his face recovered smile. He said to Yang Ming, "Big Ming, I wronged you. So that's the case. You did the right thing. You're a man now. Although Teacher Zhao is your teacher, she's also a woman. It's only right for you to stand up for her. It's also necessary. You are indeed my Yang Dahai's son." After learning the reason of the matter, Yang's father was very happy. He told Yang Ming to have a good rest and to prepare a few good dishes for him tomorrow. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming came to school and saw a few policemen standing not far from a school gate. Zhao Ying was also there. They were talking about something. "Sister Ying, what's wrong?" Yang Ming walked over and looked at Zhao Ying. He didn't know why these policemen came to school to look for Zhao Ying. "Yang Ming, you came at the right time. These policemen are looking for you." Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming and quickly greeted him. "You are Yang Ming?" asked the leader of the policemen. "Yes. Why are you looking for me?" asked Yang Ming. The leader of the policemen and the others looked at each other and said, "I am Chun Fei, the criminal investigation captain of the city police station. Please come with us to the station." "Go to the station? For what?" Yang Ming thought. "I didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? Police comrade, didn't you say that you just wanted to understand the situation? Why do you want to take him away? He is my student. He has to stay in school for classes." Zhao Ying saw that the people were going to take Yang Ming away. Obviously, she was unwilling. "Yang Ming, you are suspected of a murder case. You must come back to the police station with us for investigation." Chun Fei took out his ID from his pocket and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Then, he said seriously, "Me? Suspected of murder?" Yang Ming was stunned. "It can't be, right? Did you make a mistake? Who did I kill? Whether you made a mistake or not, you will find out when you go back with us. It is useless for you to say it now." Chun Fei waved his hand, and the other two policemen held Yang Ming's arms. "What are you doing? I am his teacher. I won't allow you to take him away." Zhao Ying got along with Yang Ming these days. The two people had some feelings. How could she just let people take Yang Ming away? "Sorry, Miss Zhao. We are also performing official duties. Please don't interfere with us," Chun Fei said. "Sister Ying, you go back first. I will go with them. It's okay. I didn't really do anything wrong. I believe that the investigation will be clear soon." Yang Ming saw that he had to go today. Not to mention that the summons was brought. If he didn't go, he would be violating the law. "Then you be careful. I will go to the principal." Zhao Ying nodded and said. Yang Ming nodded and said to Chun Fei, "You asked them to let me go. I will go with you." Chun Fei looked at Yang Ming and said to the two policemen, "Let him go." After the two policemen listened, they let go of Yang Ming. Yang Ming followed Chun Fei and got into the police car. After arriving at the police station, Yang Ming was immediately taken into an interrogation room. A policeman wanted to handcuff Yang Ming, but Chun Fei shook his head and stopped him. Chun Fei sat at the interrogation table opposite Yang Ming. Next to him was a policewoman who was holding a notebook and preparing to record. Chapter 30. Dad, I really treated Miss Zhao to dinner. Yang Ming didn't cover his face anymore. At this moment, Yang Ming's face was no longer swollen, but there were still some bruises. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Jiyun couldn't see it just now, but with the lights in the living room, she could see it as long as she paid a little attention. You dare to lie? You really pissed me off. Then what happened to your face? Yang's father asked agitatedly. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. As long as you know how to admit your mistake, it's fine. But you actually quibbled with me. My child's father, don't be so agitated. There may be some misunderstanding. Mother Yang quickly mediated. What misunderstanding? Was the bruise on his face caused by a car accident? Yang's father sneered. Little brat, don't think that I don't know. I thought it was strange last time. I looked for a mechanic to check your bicycle. He said that it wasn't caused by a car accident, but was smashed by someone. I saw that you were studying hard, so I didn't expose you. I didn't expect you to lie to me again and again. Yang Ming finally knew why his father was so angry. It was because the previous incident had been exposed. Yang Ming didn't hide it anymore. He told his parents about the robbers he encountered on the road. Is what you said true? According to what you said, you encountered robbers last time and this time. Isn't that a coincidence? You can even win the lottery with this probability? Yang's father obviously didn't believe that a person could encounter robbers twice in a row. Yang Ming said in his heart. The nature of these two groups was completely different, but he couldn't explain it. He just nodded and said, In fact, it is like this. Do you think I will believe it? You have lied to me once, and now you come up with such a lame reason to fool me? Yang's father's face was very ugly. Right, I have Miss Zhao's phone number here. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can give Miss Zhao a call. Yang Ming suddenly thought that Zhao Ying could testify for him. Yang's father looked at Mother Yang. Mother Yang nodded. Yang's father turned his head and said, All right, then you make a call. Yang Ming took out his phone book and found Zhao Ying's phone number. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed it. After the ringtone rang for a while, Zhao Ying's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Hello, Miss Zhao, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming was used to calling her Sister Ying. He had almost called her the wrong name several times in front of his parents. Yang Ming, why are you calling me this late at night? Don't you know that your sister is sleeping? Zhao Ying's exasperated voice came over. Miss Zhao, my face is injured. My dad thought that I was fighting with others. He didn't believe that I met a robber, so please explain to him. Before Yang Ming finished, the phone was taken away by Yang's father. Miss Zhao, I'm Yang Ming's parent. It's like this. Yang's father hung up the phone, and his face recovered a smile. He said to Yang Ming, Big Ming, I wronged you. So that's the case. You did the right thing. You're a man now. Although teacher Zhao is your teacher, she's also a woman. It's only right for you to stand up for her. It's also necessary. You are indeed my Yang Dahai's son. After learning the reason of the matter, Yang's father was very happy. He told Yang Ming to have a good rest and to prepare a few good dishes for him tomorrow. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming came to school and saw several policemen standing not far from a school gate. Zhao Ying was also there. They were talking about something. Sister Ying, what's wrong? Yang Ming walked over and looked at Zhao Ying. He didn't know why these policemen came to school to find Zhao Ying. Yang Ming, you came at the right time. These policemen are looking for you. Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming and quickly greeted him. You are Yang Ming? Asked the leader of the policemen. Yes. Why are you looking for me? Asked Yang Ming. The leader of the policemen and the others looked at each other and said, I am Chun Fei, the criminal investigation captain of the city police station. Please come with us to the station. Go to the station? What for? Yang Ming thought. I didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? Police comrade, didn't you say that you just wanted to understand the situation? Why do you want to take him away? He is my student. He has to stay in school for classes. Zhao Ying saw that the people were going to take Yang Ming away. Obviously, she was unwilling. Yang Ming, you are suspected of a murder case. You must come back to the police station with us for investigation. Chen Fei took out his ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Yang Ming. Then he said seriously, "Me? Suspected of murder?" Yang Ming was stunned. "It can't be right. Did you make a mistake? Who did I kill?" "Whether you made a mistake or not, you'll find out when you go back with us. It is useless for you to say it now." Chen Fei waved his hand, and the other two policemen held Yang Ming's arms. "What are you doing? I am his teacher. I won't allow you to take him away." Zhao Ling got along with Yang Ming these days. They already had some feelings for each other. How could she just let people take Yang Ming away? "Sorry, Miss Zhao. We are also performing official duties. Please don't interfere with us," Chen Fei said. "Sistering, you go back first. I will go with them. It's okay. I didn't really do anything wrong. I believe that the investigation will be clear soon." Yang Ming saw that he had to go today, not to mention that the summons was brought. If he didn't go, he would be violating the law. "Then you be careful." "I will go to the principal." Zhao Ling nodded and said. Yang Ming nodded and said to Chen Fei, "You asked them to let me go. I will go with you." Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming and said to the two policemen, "Let him go." The two policemen let go of Yang Ming after listening. Yang Ming followed Chen Fei and got into the police car. After arriving at the police station, Yang Ming was immediately taken into an interrogation room. A policeman wanted to handcuff Yang Ming, but Chen Fei shook his head and stopped him. Chen Fei sat at the interrogation table opposite Yang Ming. Next to him was a policewoman who was holding a notebook and preparing to record. Chapter 31. Captain Chun, why did you listen to him? What's there to investigate? Xia Shui was puzzled. Isn't it just an attempted robbery? Is there need to mobilize so many people? I felt that something was wrong at the time. If I'm not wrong, there is definitely a problem with this person. Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming and said, "Thank you for reminding me just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to figure out what happened." "Umph." Xia Shui snorted with some disdain. She didn't think that a high school student could have any ability. After a while, the policeman who just went out ran back excitedly. As soon as he rushed into the interrogation room, he shouted, "Captain Chun, this time we have made a contribution." The photos of these two people were just sent to the police stations around the country. Not long after, Province S called urgently. These two people are wanted there for robbery, rape, and murder. Sure enough, Chen Fei slammed the table and stood up. He walked in front of Yang Ming and said, "Young man, it seems that not only are you not wrong, but you have made a contribution." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Since these two people were wanted criminals, then there shouldn't be a big problem. Sure enough, after a while, the people from the technical department also came. According to the signs of fighting at the scene and the degree of overlap of the fingerprints on the dagger, it could be concluded that Yang Ming fought back after his life was threatened. According to the information sent from Province S, the thin man was called Ji Shuixing. He had kung fu, and his modus operandi was extremely brutal. He killed 3 people in Province S, and none of the victims could survive from his hands. From this, it could be determined that Yang Ming's behavior was legitimate self-defense. "Little comrade, I'm sorry to have delayed you for so long. Your behavior is righteous and very worthy of praise. I am going to the bureau chief to give you a reward." Chen Fei was talking when the door of the interrogation room opened. The person who came in was a middle-aged man, followed by Zhao Ying and the principal of Songjiang No. 4 High School. "Bureau Chief Wang, why are you here?" Chen Fei was talking about Chow Chow, but he didn't expect Chow Chow to arrive. "Well, my old classmate found me and said that a student from their school was brought back by you. He asked me to see what was going on." Bureau Chief Wang, Aigua, pointed to Principal Li Weijin and said, "Yang Ming, are you okay?" When Zhao saw Yang Ming, she was happy. She quickly ran over to hold Yang Ming's hand, but she suddenly remembered that Principal Li was still behind her, so she quickly stopped her hand. However, his worried expression was clearly visible on his face. When Yang Ming was taken away by the police, Zhao Ying's heart was in a mess. This was the first time in her life that she had such a feeling of being at a loss. She didn't feel anything at first, but when something happened to Yang Ming, Zhao Ying felt that her heart was about to be twisted together. He didn't expect Zhao Ying to come so quickly, and she even invited Principal Li. "Young man, how was it? Old Chen didn't torture you, right?" Bureau Chief Wang Igwa came over and said with a smile. "Bureau Chief Wang, don't you know who I am?" Chun Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I was just kidding. Old Chen, why did he come in?" Bureau Chief Wang pointed at me and asked, "Killing people." When Chun Fei talked about work, his expression naturally became serious. "What? Murder?" Bureau Chief Wang was stunned after hearing it. Just now, his old classmate found him and said that a student was arrested. He didn't say what happened, so Bureau Chief Wang thought it was a small fight. Even Principal Li was stunned. He didn't know the situation beforehand. He just heard from Zhao Ying that a student was arrested by the police. "Bureau Chief Wang, don't get excited. Listen to me. Yang Ming did kill someone, but it was in self-defense. The person he killed was a fugitive from S province. This is what happened." Chun Fei reported the details to Bureau Chief Wang. "So that's the case. I was wondering. When I came in, I saw that he didn't even wear handcuffs. If he really killed someone, how could it be so easy?" Bureau Chief Wang suddenly realized. "Old Li, this time your school is famous. There is a little hero. I will definitely give you credit and let the TV station promote you." Principal Li was relieved. It seemed that this was a good thing. So he smiled and said, "As long as there is nothing wrong, it's fine. But the promotion, I think we should forget about it." "Why?" Bureau Chief Wang was puzzled. This was a good opportunity to promote the school. Why would Principal Li not want it? Yang Ming was also puzzled, but he had the same idea as Principal Li. Even if Principal Li didn't say it, he would have taken the initiative to settle this matter quietly. He didn't want his parents to worry about him. Although it was self-defense, it was still murder. He was afraid that his parents wouldn't be able to accept it. Yang Ming is now a senior in high school. He will take the college entrance examination in 2 months. I don't want this to affect his studies. If the TV station or something comes, he will definitely be distracted. So, this honor is better than nothing. After Principal Li finished, he looked at Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, you won't blame me for taking away your chance to be famous, right?" In an instant, Yang Ming was so excited that tears almost came out. After listening to Principal Li's words, he felt that Principal Li was really a good principal. He was a principal who thought about his students. He was afraid that it would affect his studies, so he rejected such a good opportunity for promotion. One had to know that this was the dream of other schools. "What's wrong, Yang Ming? Principal Li is doing this for your own good. You won't be angry, right?" Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming's emotions were a little off, so she quickly persuaded him. She was afraid that he would say something inappropriate. "Principal Li, thank you." Yang Ming bowed deeply and said, "This is what I wanted to say. I'm still a student. The most important thing now is to get into a university. So, I hope that Bureau Chief Wang can agree to this request of mine." And Principal Li, "Oh, good. Not bad, young man." Bureau Chief Wang gave him a thumbs up. "You are young, but not greedy. Very good. Old Li, I really admire you for bringing up such a good student." "Hee, Yang Ming, I'm very happy that you think this way. You are right. As long as you get into a good university, it will be 100 times better than all those honors. Your results will be the best reward for the principal and teacher." Principal Li patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, "That's good. This matter will be handled according to what you said. Keep a low profile. Chun Fei, you will handle this matter. If you need any instructions, just look for me." Bureau Chief Wang instructed Chun Fei. Chapter 32. Under the instructions of Bureau Chief Wang, only the internal police department and the school's leaders knew the inside story. There was no public announcement. Therefore, there was no news on Songjiang City's media. However, Yang Ming's heart was heavy. This was murder. It was fundamentally different from the usual fights. Although in a sense, the person Yang Ming killed was a heinous person who deserved to be killed. If he wasn't killed, he might have done more heinous things. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. What a ridiculous sentence. Yang Ming didn't consider himself a cold-blooded person, but he wasn't a hero either. It was okay to fight for justice, but things like punishing evil should be left to the police. Although he could calmly defend his innocence to the police in the police station and calmly say that it was self-defense, but now, Yang Ming's fear from the bottom of his heart quickly took over his entire body. Yang Ming felt that his 2 legs were as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move at all. Yang Ming, what happened to you? Zhao Ying, who came out together, saw Yang Ming's pale face and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying and smiled bitterly. Those who didn't experience it personally would never understand the feelings of the person in charge. From Zhao Ying and Principal Li's point of view, Yang Ming only did a good thing. Although he killed someone, he killed a heinous person. Just like watching a movie, when the police killed a criminal, it was natural in the eyes of the audience. No one would sympathize with the criminal, but they would think that he deserved to die. Yang Ming wasn't the police, nor was he a murderer. He was just a student, so it was impossible for him to have such a good mentality. Now that he closed his eyes, all he could see was Ji Shuixing's pale and hideous face with blood bubbling out of his nose. Yang Ming, wait a minute. A voice came from behind. It turned out to be Chen Fei. Yang Ming, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. Principal Li, Miss Zhao, you go back first. I will send Yang Ming back later. All right then, Captain Chen. Since you still have things to do, little Zhao and I will return to school first. You know that I'm very busy with work and can't leave people. However, you have to return my students to me in one piece. Headmaster Li smiled. Return his student intact? Zhao Ying's heart tightened. My surname is Zhao. Did the principal see something? After these days of interaction, her relationship with Yang Ming had already surpassed that of a teacher-student relationship. Brother and sister? Although she was a few years older than Yang Ming, it was Yang Ming who protected her every time. She was like a younger sister. It would be more appropriate to say that they were friends, but were the two of them just friends? Zhao Ying couldn't figure it out either. But when she heard Principal Li's words, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. When Zhao Ying saw Principal Li's calm expression, she knew that she was overthinking. Principal Li, you can rest assured. You and Bureau Chief Wang are old classmates. If I did anything to your student, Bureau Chief Wang would break my bones. Chen Fei smiled. After Principal Li and Zhao Ying got on the school's car, Chen Fei patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Young man, you must be upset. Come, let's talk. Yang Ming didn't know how Chen Fei saw through his thoughts. When he was at the police station, he was very calm. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Come, let's sit. Chen Fei pointed at a bench in the police station's courtyard. Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei, nodded, and followed him silently. Yes, Yang Ming really wanted to find someone to talk to. Just now, he wanted to tell Zhao Ying about his feelings, but he didn't say it. On one hand, he was afraid that Zhao Ying would be worried about him. On the other hand, Zhao Ying, who was not involved, would never understand Yang Ming's fear. Young man, how is it? Are you scared? Chen Fei leaned on the bench, lit a cigarette, and handed one to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know why Chen Fei thought that he was a smoker, but he took it, lit it, and took a deep breath. Then, he said slowly, I was scared at the beginning, but I'm much better now. Yang Ming didn't want him to look down on him. Oh, you're very promising, aren't you? I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. I remember that when I just graduated from the police academy and started working, I vomited the whole night after I killed a criminal for the first time, and I was scared for a week. I even had nightmares at night. Chen Fei said as he patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Captain Chen, When Yang Ming heard that Chen Fei, a policeman, was still like this, he finally couldn't hold back the depression in his heart. I'm so scared. The scene of that night kept flashing in my mind. Although I tried to stop myself from thinking about it, those scenes still appeared involuntarily. It was like they were engraved in my brain. Chen Fei listened and laughed. Young man, you're already not bad. You actually endured for such a long time. At least you didn't show any fear when you were in the police station. Otherwise, Your image as a hero would be mocked. You don't have to feel ashamed. No matter who it is, when you kill someone for the first time, you will always have this feeling. But you have to remember that the person you killed was a bad person, so you don't have to have any psychological burden at all. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Think about it. If a person like Ji Shuisheng isn't eliminated as soon as possible, how much harm will it bring to society? But, Captain Chun, although this is the case, isn't it better for the police to do these things? If I could choose, I would rather let go of that Ji Shuisheng. Yang Ming shook his head. Young man, you have the wrong idea. You are a real man. What is done. How can you regret it? From the perspective of a police officer, this kind of thing should be done by us. But think about it from another perspective. If you had chosen to back down that day, Ji Shuisheng would have continued to do evil, and his targets could have been your friends, classmates, teachers, or even family members. Once the people around you are hurt, will you still feel regret? Chun Fei continued. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded. If he retreated, then Ji Shuisheng would be more arrogant. Once he continued to commit crimes in Songjiang, the consequences would be unimaginable. If his family, Zhao Ying, or Chun Mingyan met him, then Yang Ming wouldn't be able to apologize even if he died. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was suddenly enlightened. There was also a smile at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Captain Chun. I have figured it out. Yeah, it's good that you have figured it out. I'm not encouraging you to kill people, but I hope that when someone needs help, you can stand up bravely. Chun Fei put out the cigarette in his hand and said to Yang Ming, Young man, you are still a student. You can smoke a few cigarettes occasionally. Too much is harmful to the body. I got it, Captain Chun. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded his head sincerely. Let's go. I will send you back. Go home and have a good night's sleep. You can go to school easily tomorrow. Chun Fei stood up and walked like a police car. Chapter 33. After that, Bureau Chief Wang gave Yang Ming a certificate for his bravery and 20,000 yuan as a reward. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to reject it, but Bureau Chief Wang said that the money wasn't from the police station of Songjiang City, but from the bounty reward from Province S, so it should be given to Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened an account in the bank and deposited the reward. Anyway, he wouldn't need it for a while. What made Yang Ming feel strange was that he had just killed someone last night. How did the police find him this morning? Wasn't the speed of solving the case too fast? However, after asking Zhao Ying, he understood that she was afraid that something would happen to Yang Ming last night. She took out her phone and called the police when Yang Ming was fighting with the criminals. The police followed this clue and found her. As for why the police came so fast yesterday, it was also because of this reason. They didn't come because Yang Ming called the police, but because Zhao Ying had already called the police. Yang Ming, why did you skip class yesterday? Chun Mingyan put her hands on her waist and stood in front of Yang Ming with an unhappy face. Yesterday, Yang Ming was taken to the police station yesterday, but how could this kind of thing be said casually? So, he simply found an excuse and said, I had a cold yesterday, so I rested at home for a day. Oh, so that's the case. Chun Mingyan didn't care whether what Yang Ming said was true or false, so she believed him. Chun Mingyan saw that Yang Ming didn't come yesterday, so she was very angry. She thought that Yang Ming skipped class and went out to play, so she decided to question him today. But after hearing Yang Ming's explanation, Chun Mingyan didn't say anything more. No matter how Yang Ming explained, Chun Mingyan's heart would subconsciously believe it because she really didn't want to see Yang Ming as a bad student. You missed yesterday's class. What are you going to do? Chun Mingyan asked. In the past, when Yang Ming often skipped classes, she had never asked him about it. Now, Chun Mingyan did not know why, but her heart could not help but think about Yang Ming. Yesterday, when Yang Ming did not come to school, she turned back to look at Yang Ming's seat several times. When school ended, she went home disappointed. Could it be that she had fallen for Yang Ming? Impossible. Chun Mingyan comforted herself. She felt that Yang Ming was able to study well because of her. He was like a student that she tutored. It was normal for teachers to care about their students. It's not like you don't know that I can't keep up with the school's revision progress. I've always been revising by myself, so I'm still learning at home. Yang Ming saw that Chan Mingyan was so concerned about him, and he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. A girl showing concern for a boy, what did this mean? Don't say that the class committee was concerned about the underachiever. That was pure bullshit. There were plenty of underachievers in the class. Why didn't she show concern for them? Thinking of this, Yang Ming could not help but feel a little complacent. Then what did you revise at home yesterday? Tell me, I want to check. Chen Mingyan said seriously. Chen Mingyan was a little surprised by her own actions. If it was the Chen Mingyan of the past, she would not say so much, let alone check other people's revision progress. One must know that in the third year of high school, time was money. I reviewed English yesterday. I've already memorized all the words in the first year of high school. Although Yang Ming could use his special ability to cheat during exams, he felt that learning more English would not do him any harm. English was different from other subjects. Other subjects might be useless in the future, but English was very practical. Whether it was in university or looking for a job, it would be useful. Hey, Yang Ming, tomorrow is Saturday. Don't forget. Wang Jitao suddenly walked over with a smile and said to Yang Ming. He was unhappy when he saw how close Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were, but he had no choice. For his own big plan, he could only bear with it. What do you mean by don't forget Saturday? Yang Ming was stunned and didn't react. Didn't we agree? I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Jitao said as he winked at Yang Ming. Oh, it turned out to be this. Yang Ming finally remembered that Wang Jitao asked him out 2 days ago. But at that time, Yang Ming thought that Wang Jitao was just saying it casually, so he didn't take it to heart. Don't forget, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, Heavenly Earth, be there or be square. Wang Jitao patted Yang Ming's shoulder and returned to his seat. I'll let you have one last day. Next week, I'll let you lose all your reputation and face. After Wang Jitao left, Chen Mingyan asked curiously, what did Wang Jitao say about tomorrow night at 6 o'clock? Treat me to a meal. I told you last time, but you didn't believe me. Yang Ming explained. Really? Chen Mingyan felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Go to Heavenly Earth? Yes, have you been there? Yang Ming nodded. No, but I heard that it was very expensive. Why would Wang Jitao treat you to a meal? Chen Mingyan felt that Wang Jitao and Yang Ming should be opposite. From Wang Jitao's previous attitude towards Yang Ming, it could be seen that he hated Yang Ming very much. Why would he take the initiative to treat Yang Ming to a meal this time? I don't know. Yang Ming thought about it, but he still didn't say that Wang Jitao found someone to beat him up. There was no evidence for this kind of thing. If Chen Mingyan questioned Wang Jitao, and Wang Jitao said that Yang Ming was framed, then it wouldn't be good. Chen Mingyan didn't say anything, and she couldn't say anything. If she said that Wang Jitao didn't have good intentions, wasn't this provoking the classmate relationship? Besides, if Wang Jitao really wanted to reconcile with Yang Ming, then wouldn't she make the relationship tense again? On Saturday, Yang Ming thought about it again and decided to go to the appointment. He couldn't think of a reason not to go. Who wouldn't eat for free? At 5:30 p.m., Yang Ming went out after informing his family. The reason why he went half an hour earlier was that it was the rush hour in Songjiang City. There was a traffic jam. Although it was someone else's treat, it wasn't good to be late. Heavenly Earth was one of the most luxurious restaurants in Songjiang City. It was crowded every day. At night, it was full of luxury cars, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and even sports cars that were rarely seen could be seen here. When Yang Ming saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. He might be the first person to take a bus to eat here. Moreover, the bus stop wasn't right at the entrance of Heavenly Earth. Yang Ming walked 1 kilometer after getting off the bus. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse these bus companies. Would it kill them to set up a bus stop here? In fact, it wasn't that the bus company didn't want to set up a bus stop here, but how many people who came to Heavenly Earth didn't have a car? Even if they didn't have a car, they would take a taxi. How could they squeeze in the bus? Chapter 34. Yang Ming looked at his watch. It was exactly 5 to 6, so he swaggered to the heavenly world. "Excuse me, sir. Are you here to eat?" The greeter at the entrance of the heavenly world looked at Yang Ming strangely. At this time, Yang Ming was dressed as a student, and he came alone. No wonder the greeter had this question. "Nonsense, if I don't eat, why would I come here?" Yang Ming was very uncomfortable with the question. It seemed like he was a beggar. "Oh, then, please come with me." The greeter saw that Yang Ming's clothes were very ordinary. They were basically street goods. He didn't look like he could afford to come here. It was known that a meal at the heavenly world, even if it wasn't expensive, would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. When he came to the service desk, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he didn't make an appointment with Wang Jitao in advance, and he didn't have a mobile phone. This is bad. Could it be that this brat was deliberately tricking him? The greeter saw that Yang Ming's face was uncertain. She thought that he saw the luxury here and didn't have money to spend. She couldn't help but snicker. "Sir, do you want to eat or not? If you want to eat, I can let the front desk arrange a table for you. If you don't want to eat, then go out. I still have work to do." The greeter was sure that Yang Ming was a poor ghost, so she wasn't polite with her words. Yang Ming listened to the greeter's sarcastic words. He was a little angry in his heart. How can you treat a guest like this? He wanted to attack, but he was afraid that Wang Jitao was really playing with him. When the time came, he would play with fire. If he didn't eat here, others would laugh at him. Yang Ming was helpless. He had to try and ask the greeter, "Is there a person named Wang Jitao who booked a room here?" "Ah, are you Wang's guest?" The greeter was stunned. His expression changed from disdain to flattery. "Oh, Mr. Yang, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm sorry, I didn't serve you well just now. Please forgive me." Yang Ming didn't know why the receptionist's attitude changed so much when she mentioned Wang Jitao. When he heard her call him Mr. Wang Jitao, he knew that it must be because Wang Jitao had greeted him in advance. So he snorted and said, "Then why aren't you taking me there?" Yes, Mr. Yang, please come with me." The greeter bowed and walked up to me. He turned sideways and extended his arm slightly in front of Yang Ming. It was as if he was welcoming a VIP. It seemed that Wang Jitao, that little bastard, did not lie to him. Could it be that this guy had really changed his mind? Yang Ming did not understand. "Mr. Yang, Wang is waiting for you in the purple gold pavilion in front." Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, the greeter pointed to a private room and said, "And I know, this is none of your business. You can leave now." Yang Ming waved his hand and acted like a master. Yes, I didn't serve you well just now. Please don't tell Wang." The greeter nodded and bowed. Okay, I'll let it go this time." Yang Ming thought, why are the people here so afraid of Wang Jitao? What does this little bastard's family do? It seems that he is quite capable. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the private room and saw Wang Jitao sitting on the sofa smoking. "Damn, I thought you were a good person. It turns out that you were a heavy smoker like me." Yang Ming walked in casually. Class monitor, sorry for making you wait." When Wang Jitao saw Yang Ming, he immediately stood up with a smile. He picked up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table and stuffed it in Yang Ming's hand. "Yang Ming, you are here. I just arrived. Come, have a smoke first. I will ask the waiter to serve the dishes." Then he put out the cigarette in his hand and turned around to leave the private room. Yang Ming glanced at the cigarette in his hand. Damn, it's actually Zhonghua. With so much money, Yang Ming usually only bought a box of white Ganoderma lucidum that cost 2 yuan. Yang Ming took one out and put it in his mouth. He lit it with a lighter. Then he took the opportunity when Wang Jitao went out to ask the waiter to serve the dishes. He put the remaining half of the Zhonghua into his pocket. It would be stupid not to take advantage of an opportunity. Especially Wang Jitao, this little bastard. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Yang Ming looked at the Zippo lighter in his hand. He thought about it and put it in his pocket. Anyway, taking one is taking two is also taking. After a while, Wang Jitao returned to the private room and said, "The dishes are all ready. They'll be served soon. Just wait for a moment." After saying that, he looked around for the cigarette that he had just smoked. "Ugh, are you looking for a cigarette?" Yang Ming scolded in his heart. Smoking? I will kill you. Don't you know that smoking is harmful? But he still put his hand into his pocket, but he didn't take anything out for a long time. No need, no need. You can smoke. I want another pack, Wang Jitao said, and turned around to call the waiter. Give me 2 packs of Zhonghua. Wang Jitao glanced at the missing lighter and said to the waiter, Get me another lighter. Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming with contempt. He thought, poor people are poor. You want to pursue Chan Mingyan like this? You're really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Soon the dishes were served. Yang Ming was dazzled. Wang Jitao was really willing to spend money. Abalone, sea cucumber, crab, and prawns were served on the net. Yang Ming, come on. Eat quickly. There are only 2 of us here. There is no need for these formalities. I'm also hungry. Wang Jitao invited Yang Ming to take a seat. Yang Ming was starving, but Wang Jitao didn't say anything. As a guest, he couldn't eat directly. I'm also hungry. Then I won't be polite. Yang Ming directly picked up a big crab for himself and ate. Although Wang Jitao said that he was hungry, he didn't eat much. It was always Yang Ming eating. Is there any alcohol? Yang Ming ate for a long time and felt a little thirsty. Wang Jitao patted his head. Look at me. I forgot about this. What do you want to drink? Beer or drink? In his heart, he thought, I am waiting for you to say this. Drink beer. Yang Ming felt that it would be a waste if he didn't drink such good food. Okay, you wait. I will ask for it. Wang Jitao turned and left the private room. Why did this guy become so attentive? Why did he ask for beer personally? What does he want to do? Could it be? Not good. Could it be that this guy wants to run away and leave me here to pay the bill? Yang Ming patted his thigh. I can't let him run away. Chapter 35. He wants beer. Are you ready? Wang Jitao said to a man not far from the door of the private room. Don't worry, young master. I promise it will look like the original factory product. The man assured. Well, I'll buy you. You arrange for the waiter to send it over later. Don't let him get it wrong. Wang Jitao nodded and said, Right. How's the next thing going? I've already asked the brothers below to go out and look for it. Zhang Biao said, Yang Ming, I'm going to kill you this time. Wang Jitao sneered and said, Well, you go first. I'm going back. I don't want to be out for too long. This kid will think that I'm forcing him to come here to pay the bill. When Yang Ming thought of this, he quickly looked out of the door of the private room. He found that Wang Jitao was talking about something with Brother Biao from that day. Yang Ming could see them, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Yang Ming secretly regretted that he already had the legendary clairvoyance. If only he had the clairvoyance. However, Yang Ming was just imagining it. He knew that it was impossible. It was already amazing for a person to have a special ability. This was already the blessing of the heavens. How could it be endless? He was not a god. Therefore, Yang Ming made up his mind to find an opportunity to learn lip reading after the college entrance examination. This way, he could also indirectly achieve the goal of clairvoyance. Did this guy want to find a few people to beat him up? There was no need to mobilize so many people, right? He even wanted to treat him to such a high-end banquet. Although Yang Ming felt that Wang Jitao was a villain, he was not an idiot. However, since Wang Jitao did not slip away, the rest was not Yang Ming's concern. He would deal with whatever came his way. He had to eat and drink his fill first. Have you been waiting for a long time? Wang Jitao pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. I just bumped into a friend and had a chat with him. All right, it's the guy who wanted to teach you a lesson last time. I told him that we're already good buddies, so he should be more respectful when he sees you in the future. Wang Jitao was indeed not an idiot. He had just gone out for a long time and was afraid that Yang Ming would peek at what he was doing at the door, so he did not hide it from Yang Ming. He took the initiative to tell him about going to see Zhang Biao, but the content of the conversation was changed by him. He was certain that Yang Ming couldn't hear what he was saying from so far away. In fact, Yang Ming really couldn't hear anything. After listening to Wang Jitao's explanation, Yang Ming's suspicion was dispelled. He did not expect Wang Jitao to not hide anything from him. However, the more Wang Jitao was like this, the more inexplicable Yang Ming felt. Very soon, the waiter brought the beer up. A whole box was brought in. The beer was the kind that came in large glass bottles. It had to be said here that Northerners were more forthright when it came to drinking beer. They rarely drank small glasses. Even in high-end restaurants where rich people ate, the most popular drink was still this kind of large glass bottle. "Sir, how many bottles to open?" asked the waiter. "Open 10 bottles first. I'll open 5 bottles each with this gentleman." After Wang Jitao finished instructing, he said to Yang Ming, "Let's drink the whole bottle from mouth to mouth. Don't pour it into the glass. It's too troublesome." Wang Jitao's suggestion was exactly what Yang Ming wanted. In the past, when he drank with Su Peng and the others at the food stall, they each took a bottle. Obviously, the waiter was instructed by Zhang Biao to take out the bottles for Yang Ming and Wang Jitao from the 2 sides of the box. Yang Ming did not have much social experience. Naturally, he did not notice this small detail. He picked up a bottle and raised it. "Class rep, let me toast you. I should be the one toasting you. Come, we brothers have a deep relationship. Let's drink in one gulp. Let's drink a bottle first." Wang Jitao also raised a bottle in his hand. Damn, this kid's alcohol tolerance is not small. He drank a bottle right away, Yang Ming thought. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of him. In the past, when they were at the food stall, they all stepped on the boxes to drink. Yang Ming finished more than 2 boxes in one go and drank for a whole day. Yang Ming saw that Wang Jitao had already started to drink. How could he let him win? He picked up the bottle and poured it into his mouth. After a bottle of wine, Yang Ming burped. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. "Why is this wine so strong? I used to drink this brand, but it's almost the same as drinking water. Is it because I haven't drunk for a few months that my alcohol tolerance has deteriorated?" Yang Ming shook his head. Wang Jitao was indeed drinking water. It was aerated tea. This was what he asked Zhang Biao to prepare in advance. Yang Ming was drinking a special high-alcohol beer. "I heard that you could drink a lot. Fortunately, I prepared well. See if I don't drink you to death this time." Wang Jitao picked up another bottle and said, "Brother, it was my fault last time. This bottle is my apology. I will drink first as a toast. You can drink as much as you want." After saying that, he raised his head and drank another bottle of beer. At this time, Yang Ming was already drunk. He also picked up a bottle and drank directly. Then he raised the empty bottle and said, "Okay, I will drink with you. Brother, you're so forthright. Come, let's drink while eating." Wang Jitao signaled the waiter to open a few more bottles. It seemed that this strong beer was not enough to kill Yang Ming. If it was a normal person, half a bottle would have made him drunk. The 2 of them went back and forth and drank another 4 or 5 bottles. This time, Yang Ming did not need Wang Jitao to persuade him. He held the bottle and drank by himself. Wang Jitao saw the situation in front of him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Drinking a stomach full of tea was really uncomfortable. It was almost coming out of his throat. He really couldn't understand how Yang Ming could drink it. Finally, Yang Ming was a little overwhelmed by the alcohol. He felt a little confused, and then he did not know anything. Wang Jitao then stood up shakily and walked towards the door. He felt that his body was full of tea. Every time he moved, it would make a walla walla sound. "Young master, what happened to you? Why do you look so pale?" Zhang Biao asked with concern. "It's nothing. I drank a little too much tea. Help me to the bathroom first. Damn, I'm so full." Wang Jitao complained. Chapter 36. How's that matter going? Wang Jitao happily peed out the last drop of urine. His whole body trembled as he felt extremely good. His bladder was finally free. It's done. The person has been caught and drugged. She's in the private room upstairs. Zhang Biao said, "Did you figure out her identity? Although my dad's words have some weight in Songjiang, don't get involved because of this matter." Wang Jitao thought about it. and asked worriedly, "Don't worry, young master. The person was caught by Monkey and the others at the entrance of the city hospital. It should be that someone in her family was hospitalized, so she went to deliver food to them." Zhang Biao said, "Think about it. If the rich and powerful were to live in the intensive care unit, there would be 3 meals provided. Who will bring their own food?" "Bullshit. When I was circumcised, my mom personally cooked soup for me and sent it to me," Wang Jitao scolded. It could be seen that Wang Jitao was different from the other rich second generations. He had more brains than others. "Young master, I, Biaozi, am not that stupid. Of course, I investigated it thoroughly. This girl came down from the bus, and she was wearing rustic clothes. She looked like a poor person." Zhang Biao said, "That's more like it. Let's go. Help me carry this kid up. He looks quite strong." "I can't carry him." Wang Jitao pointed at Yang Ming. "I'm here. There's no need for the young master to do anything." Zhang Biao carried Yang Ming on his back. He thought, "I'm not as strong as you, but you're the young master." The people in the hotel seemed to know Wang Jitao. They all greeted him with Wang Wang. Wang Jitao just nodded slightly. "Is that her?" Wang Jitao pointed at the girl on the bed and asked, "She's quite beautiful. Yang Ming is really lucky." Wang Jitao sniffed the girl's body and said, "She seems to be a virgin. There's still a body fragrance on her. Why don't you enjoy it first? Anyway, I'll push it to this kid." Zhang Biao smiled obscenely. "Bullshit. Are you a police officer?" Wang Jitao looked at Zhang Biao unhappily. This person is loyal, but his brain isn't enough. Zhang Biao didn't expect that his flattery would backfire, so he quickly shut up. "Find a waiter to take her clothes off. Let's go." Wang Jitao finished and walked to the door. "By the way, Zhang Biao, he's so drunk. Will medicine work?" "Young master, don't worry. This was brought back by Monkey's friend from Japan. Even a dead body can get up and fuck a woman," Zhang Biao explained. Wang Jitao nodded after listening. Yang Ming only felt that his whole body was hot and dry. His lower body was already like a pillar supporting the sky. What's going on? He didn't have such a strong desire after drinking before. Although Yang Ming was a virgin, he also had sexual desire. That was when he watched AV, but it was not as strong as now. Yang Ming opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a woman's white body, and then a room like a hotel. How is this possible? Yang Ming felt that it was incredible. Wasn't he drinking with Wang Jitao just now? Why did he suddenly come here? Yes, it must be a dream, a damn wet dream. But at this time, Yang Ming's eyes were firmly fixed on the girl's body. Yang Ming also saw the appearance of a woman without clothes in AV, but now, the real thing in front of him was very different from the AV. The strong sensory stimulation made Yang Ming's already congested yang root expand to the extreme again. Such a perfect body, coupled with a faint body fragrance, especially that pure and suffocating face, made Yang Ming's thoughts of committing a crime slowly rise. Anyway, it's a dream. It's a waste not to do it, Yang Ming thought. But why does this face look so familiar? But the things in the dream are familiar, so Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Yes, this is a scene that no man can resist. Yang Ming pounced on the girl like a wolf and forcefully penetrated the girl's body. The girl seemed to feel something and frowned in pain. The warm package made Yang Ming want to die. Isn't this dream too realistic? But people in desire are rarely rational. At this time, Yang Ming was completely addicted to the girl's body. The girl's 2 crystal-clear breasts were pinched in Yang Ming's hands, changing various shapes. "It's about time, let's call the police." Wang Jitao put out the cigarette in his hand and said to Zhang Biao, "Get a digital camera ready in a while. When Yang Ming is taken out by the police, take a picture for me. I want to see if Chun Ming Yin will still associate with a rapist." "Young master, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be better to take a picture directly in the room?" Zhang Biao forgot the pain after the scar healed and began to come up with bad ideas. "Brain." Wang Jitao pointed to his head and said, "Please, can you use your brain when you speak in the future? Go in and take a picture. If this picture gets out, do you think we can still get away with it? If he is caught by the police, it can be seen by accident. If he goes in, it's obviously planned by us. After Zhang Biao heard this, he quickly nodded and said, Young master is right. Otherwise, how can you be the young master? I'm just a driver. Wang Jitao listened to his nonsensical words, smiled, and shook his head, took out his mobile phone, and inserted a new SIM card. Hello, this is the 110 Police Center. Hello, I want to report a case. I'm a guest of Heavenly Earth. When I passed by room 315, I heard a woman struggling for help and moaning during sex. Wang Jitao said, Sir, are you sure someone is calling for help? When the person who answered the police heard that it was Heavenly Earth, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. As an entertainment place, it was not a secret that there were prostitutes in Heavenly Earth. Even if there was a woman moaning in the guest room, it was not easy to draw a conclusion. Yes, and I heard from a friend that the guest of room 315 returned to the room drunk, dragging a drunk female student beside him. Wang Jitao had already thought of an excuse. Okay, thank you for the clue. The person who answered the police immediately reported the situation to the police on duty. When the police on duty heard that it was a female student, he realized that the matter might not be simple and immediately rushed to Heavenly Earth. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.